Well, good morning and welcome to Results Day. I'm Faye D'Souza. Thank you for joining us. It's a very interesting Results Day, and the promise that we bring you here on our YouTube channel is zero drama, clean display of numbers. And we're not going to be doing any shouting or jumping or prancing about the studio or crying or anything else. We have really excellent guests, and I can't wait for you to meet our guests. They're awesome. But let's take a look at what we're hoping for today. We're looking at five different battles. Tamil Nadu, a very interesting battle for the DMK, which is trying to hold on to that state, but at the same time, Vijay seeming like, um, you know, such a wild card coming in from those exit polls that are actually giving him a victory. So that'll be interesting to watch out for. In West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, a fierce challenge with the BJP. The BJP really putting everything it's got into West Bengal. This is obviously an election that is extremely important to both of those entities. In Kerala, um, it does seem like Pinarayi Vijayan, who's celebrating his 80th birthday this year, would like to have another term, but will he get another term in the state of Kerala? Assam, from the exit polls, seemed fairly straightforward for the BJP, but it's not over until the fat lady sings. So we're going to wait and see those numbers, and of course, the very important Puducherry as well. There's a lot of anti-incumbency at play this time in West Bengal, in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu. We'll see if the challengers to those three state governments bring in enough for the people of these states to vote against the current chief minister. So this is your front row seat. This is the calmest seat in the house as to what is going on and where it is. We also have a really interesting partnership with PTI. PTI has excellent feet on the ground, and they always have. They have very seasoned reporters who regularly file stories as a news buyer. And we've got the team, the senior team of PTI, joining us today, talking about the various states that they're reporting from. And these are all journalists with tremendous experience. In fact, we're going to have right now Satish Anand, who's the associate editor of PTI in Chennai, join us at this point. Counting will begin, of course. Counting should have already begun. Counting normally begins at 8 o'clock, and they count the postal ballots first. And of course, that takes a little longer. So you'll begin to see a bit of a sort of a trickle of numbers coming in on those postal ballots, but you shouldn't take them too seriously because the postal ballots are just a small indicator. Satish Anand is here. Satish, good morning, and thanks for joining us. You've had, I know, a very interesting sort of tour of all of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. You have brought in your expertise at this point. Uh, I'm going to ask the obvious question, Satish. Vijay, everybody talking about Vijay being the big upset. But in your experience, do you expect him to come close to a victory, or fall short?
First of all, good morning and thanks for having me on the show. And just to give you a perspective, the counting has started and it has gone live, and the postal ballots have been taken up for voting. And the surprise is Vijay has started leading right now. Of course, it's way too early to call the elections, because why I'm mentioning this point is postal ballots always favor DMK. That is how the trends
Oh,
have been,
okay.
because government employees have largely stood by the DMK, even during DMK's losing causes. So this is kind of a surprise, but obviously too early because it's just 4 minutes into the counting. So obviously, yes, Vijay is the X factor. How he's going to perform, there's a lot of interest, and some people are even crediting him for the high turnout, because it's being said that he inspired the people to come all the way from foreign countries to vote,
Hmm.
mostly for him, and even others who don't want their parties to lose. So in a way, the credit is being given to Vijay. So he's the X factor, and he has started proving it right away. And his show is going to, what I personally believe, is going to seal ADMK's fate in the future.
So tell me what you see as the appeal of Vijay. I know that there is about 35-40% young voters in this election of Tamil Nadu, so which means people between, say, 18 and 40. I'm being liberal here. I'm saying 40-year-olds are also young voters.
Yeah.
So, so about, say, 35-40% of these voters, is that the category really that Vijay is appealing to?
Actually, yes. first time voters, see, as a matter of fact, there are about 15 15 lakh first time voters this time, and he's betting big on them. And
Hmm.
as you might have seen in the last, almost on the ending day, if I'm right, he appealed to the kids of the house to go and pester their parents to vote for him. That is because he has a very huge child supporters, in the sense
Yeah.
as fans. And since you were asking about the appeal, he was more vociferous than ADMK during the campaign phase when it came to taking on the DMK. See, for example, at a point of time, he built the entire battle as between confined only between DMK and TVK. He completely took ADMK out of the equations, but still he didn't antagonize them because he wanted to garner the MGR supporters votes, and MGR supporters are the bulk of ADMK's votes actually.
So,
So, and if I may add, you must have seen he used the word Tiya Sakti for DMK, which translates to evil force. Tiya Sakti was a term coined by MGR to target DMK. It was very frequently used by Jayalalitha, but Palaniswamy hardly touched that.
what does that phrase mean, Satish?
It means, it literally translates to evil force. So
Hmm.
Jayalalitha used to tell on the floor of the assembly that DMK is a TSAT, DMK is an evil force, and ADMK came into existence to handle this TSAT, and that is how she actually treated DMK. But Vijay used that phrase more than the ADMK during the entire pre and during campaign.
So tell me something. The idea, so DMK's strength has been up till now the idea of welfare, especially for women, especially for workers. Is Vijay bringing an idea that welfare is not enough? As young people, we're more ambitious. We want jobs. We want,
Yes.
success. Just giving a handouts is not what we want out of life. Is that the central idea?
Uh, that started as a central idea, but later he realized that giving out handouts is crucial to Tamil Nadu politics, and that's why he also announced a lot of freebies. Though initially he never spoke out against freebies, but his frontline leaders always gave an impression that freebies is evil. But they later realized that Tamil Nadu politics is all about giving out such welfare measures, and but the thing is, he he tried to strike a balance between this so-called welfare measures and genuine economic issues, including employment generation, and that is why he has come out with some plans, to actually long-term plans to generate employment over the years.
Tell me about the DMK. Coming in right now, Stalin seems very strong. Do you expect, from the exit polls, it does seem that the DMK still will do very well. In your
They might
opinion? Yeah.
they might see, because there is not much of an anti-incumbency, at least visibly here. Okay, and Stalin is completely betting on a lot of welfare projects. He has branded himself as very pro-woman, pro-youth in the last 5 years, and to his credit, he has addressed the economic issues and put the state on a growth path. And they say that after a long time, Tamil Nadu has touched a double-digit growth rate, and they're really proud about that. And all these things might work in favor. And all said and done, this rupees 1,000 honorarium for women, free bus travel. So they are actually, the thing is, I find they're a little comfortable after the exit poll numbers came. Although they are not very vociferous about what they feel, but Stalin
Mm.
also just made one passing comment that we'll perform better than what the exit polls have predicted.
But that everybody says. No, everybody says, like, even the
That's what
TMC is
I'm
saying
saying.
exit polls
They,
can't be
they,
trusted.
they, they might scrape through at the end of the day, because the anti-incumbency vote is going to split between TVK and ADMK. That being the case, he will secure all the pro-incumbency votes, and that will help in his favor. And
Oh, so
there is a
you are
consolidation.
saying that Vijay will actually be serve the purpose of cutting votes against the DMK. So it'll split between Vijay and the AIDMK.
Obviously, ADMK is going to get a lesser number of votes,
Hmm.
lesser number of anti-DMK votes. So, and this 85.10% high voter turnout, it has given it has led to speculations that he might have eaten into DMK's votes also, but it's a little early to say that.
Okay, let's take a look at AIADMK for a second. That whole fragmentation, from the time that honestly, former Chief Minister Jayalalitha passed away, there's been, there's EPS, there's OPS, there's Shashikala, there's TTV Dinakaran. There are so many different fragments in that party. Has it come together for the people of Tamil Nadu at all, or is it just a residue of what was some, loyalty at some point?
I guess the second part, just the residue. See, because obviously Paneerselvam doesn't have a huge clout, but he still commands some respect in the southern districts, and that
Hmm.
was one reason the votes split in 2024. And he was an NDA candidate then, and if you may remember, BJP, including Annamalai, he secured deposit in Coimbatore, and NDA pushed ADMK to, I mean BJP pushed ADMK to third place in many constituencies, Lok Sabha seats. So, but the thing is, the see ADMK has always been dominated by figures like MGR and Jayalalitha. So it is not easy for Paniaswamy to fill those shoes. So he has to rise up to the level of Jayalalitha to
Yeah.
really make a dent into DMK's things.
Do you think that for the first time, and we saw Rajnikant go into politics and not do so well, then we saw Kamal Hassan attempt politics and not do so well. Is Vijay breaking that pattern?
He is, because there is a clarity of thought.
Okay.
See, Rajinikanth always gave confusing signals.
Mm,
Um, Kamal, I'll be very frank. He is too intellectual for the TN voter. Okay, the general complaint against him is people are not able to understand him what he's trying to say. But keeping those things apart, again, he didn't go on a very pre-decided path, unlike Vijay is doing. Vijay has laid out his plans. He's walking by them, and he is at least giving an impression that he's having a clarity of thought
mm,
that Kamal
mm.
Hassan actually lacks. That is what most political observers in Tamil Nadu believe.
And do you think, Satish, depending on which way the election numbers play out, if there was
Yeah,
a possibility of, say, a coalition, which way would Vijay go?
I think he might choose to sit out because
Oh, okay.
that will suit him in the long run. See, because two things. One, he said the fight is against DMK. He has
Mm,
called DMK all names, and if he is going to, so that has given him some kind of a respect among the anti-DMK voters.
mm.
So naturally, the chances of joining hands with DMK is ruled out. If he's going to join hands with NDA, obviously people are going to just lose it, because all said and done, BJP still has people are still hesitant to accept them wholeheartedly. So, and occasionally he has targeted BJP and ADMK also. And when he said that ADMK is not a part of the electoral battle, then people wouldn't want him to go and join hands with them.
So we have some trickling numbers coming in. Apparently, TVK is leading in one seat. These, are, of course, very early numbers.
Yeah.
This is now reflecting what you said about the fact that postal ballots tend to normally favor the DMK. Just to explain to our audience what postal ballots are, these are government employees who are currently posted outside of the state and armed forces. Correct, Satish?
Exactly.
And
Mainly
so
the
they normally vote for DMK. Why is that?
DMK has always been very pro government employees. They have always supported them, and generally government employees' requests are positively responded to. And if I may just recall, Jayalalitha even uh, she almost imprisoned a lakh government employees overnight, midnight, when they went on a strike during her 2001-6 regime. So ever since, DMK has always given an impression that they are pro-government employees, and right now, some of the TV channels are saying that DMK is leading in the postal ballot counting, 4:2 against TVK as we speak.
Okay, so let's assume then. I also want to talk to you about Puducherry. Puducherry is also seeming very interesting. Do you expect an upset there, or is it going to be largely NR Congress plus BJP again?
It's largely going to be in our Congress actually, because he has a good image there, and quite a few welfare measures are in place, and nothing much to complain. Although they lost the 24 Lok Sabha votes, I think they
Mhm.
might just sail through, because Congress is a divided house. So somehow, even before Congress official nominees were announced, a lot of them went and filed their nominations, and on technical grounds, their nominations were accepted, making it two Congress candidates in some of the constituencies. I think five or six constituencies actually. So
Hmm.
that might affect their prospects.
So
And
Congress,
in Cong-
I mean, even in a place like Puducherry, Congress is seeming, scattered and unable to organize itself.
kind of, yes, yes. See, because particular reason is the incumbent Home Minister Namasivayam, who is a former congressman, and
Hmm.
he's hailed as a grassroots worker who really worked for the party's win in 2016. So he's now with the BJP, and there aren't much big leaders except for Vaidilingam, who is contesting this time. He's also an MP, so that is another thing.
But even, the incumbent chief minister is a former Congress person at this point.
Yes, yes.
Um, he has a demand for statehood. Do you think that that demand is going to play out?
I have my doubts, because statehood demand has been going on for a long time, and
Mhm.
no central government has been positive to their demands.
Well,
I
let's
don't
just
think it's an issue. I don't think.
okay. Okay. Let's just take a look at also what the numbers that are coming in right now. The election commission obviously is not showing any numbers because that tends to be the slowest in Kerala. Looking at some of the options. Some of the numbers that are coming in on India today, UDF is leading on 5 seats in Kerala, LDF is leading in 3 seats in Kerala. So, um, again, these are really early numbers that we're putting up on our screen for our viewers. It's going to be some time before we actually get any sort of clear numbers. These are all ballots, postal ballots at this point. From the numbers that we are looking at, DMK and TVK are leading in 1 seat each in Tamil Nadu. There are
One of
some
the
initial. Yes, yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interject. See, one of the TV channels is saying it's 7:3 between DMK and ADMK now.
So those might be slightly jumping the gun a little bit. We like to
Yes,
take it a
yes,
little
exactly.
slower. It's a little slower.
Because these are
This
just TV reports.
so see the actual for our viewers, the actual numbers are on the election commission website, but that tends to be very slow. So the election commission website right now says counting is in progress, and they've got no leads at all so far. There are a couple of channels that, like Satish was also pointing out, in Tamil Nadu, they're showing DMK leading in 4, AIADMK in 2, and TVK in 1. West Bengal, TMC leading in 5, BJP leading in 4, left 0, Congress 0. So, I mean, that is the real battle today that everybody's going to watch out for, which is West Bengal. The couple of people I spoke to within the TMCs obviously are maintaining the fact that the exit polls are not to be trusted, that the TMC, in spite of the entire SIR process, sees itself as very, very strong, and they see that they're going to clearly win this time. But it doesn't feel like that if you hear the confidence on the side of the BJP as well. So it is a neck and neck, sort of battle there in West Bengal. And I don't know if we are going to be, how much clarity we're going to have even by, say, 11 or 12 o'clock from West Bengal. But from the numbers coming in Puducherry, it seems NRC Plus is leading in 3 seats and everybody else is at 0. How do you expect TVK to do in Puducherry, Satish?
Uh, I think it's going to be an NRC show. Maybe a seat or two, not more than that. Even that is a bit of an exaggerated figure because generally Puducherry is divided between Congress and DMK, and Congress has always had the upper hand when it has when it. Oh, just give me. Excuse me.
Yes. Well,
Sorry.
for the audience, let's just go through the numbers right now as they're coming in. In Assam, the BJP is leading in 10 seats. The Congress is zero, the others are zero. There's one seat going to the AIUDF in Assam, but it looks clearly like a win, like a clear lead for the BJP, which is what the exit polls had also predicted, that Hemanta Biswa Sarma in Assam is going to do really well. And that appears, I mean, right now it seems like that is what we're seeing in these initial leads as well. So just to remind you that at this point we're still looking at the postal ballots, which takes a little longer to count, and then once the numbers start to trickle in, you'll see them move in much faster. So we'll wait for those actual numbers to come. But even in Tamil Nadu, it does seem for the time being DMK leading in five, AIADMK leading in two, and TVK in one. Um, in Kerala, the UDF is leading in nine and the LDF is leading in four. BJP is leading in one. So it'll be very interesting to see how many seats BJP secures in Kerala, because this is also a state that they have been working on for a really long time. Just checking. Satish, have you had a chance to take a look at Kerala at all, or does your expertise stop at Tamil Nadu?
My so-called expertise stops at Tamil Nadu because I only have an overall view about Kerala. I can only give you borrowed thoughts actually.
Do you expect the women of Tamil Nadu to command this election? Because normally, in Tamil Nadu elections, at least the women play a very important role.
Yes, yes, they do. They do. In fact, the most significant part of the voting pattern was women turned up in good numbers, and there was a rough estimate that almost 40% of the entire women electorate had cast its votes by 10:11 a.m. So, and as you know, women voters outnumber the men in Tamil Nadu. So that is why the Dravidian government's policies have always been pro-women,
Hmm.
and Stalin has also made a very concerted effort to show himself as a pro-woman leader, and there have been campaigns. So yes, they are going to have a decisive say in this.
Yeah, and so from the initial numbers that we're looking at, DMK is leading in 15, AIDMK is leading in 9, and TVK in 2. Of course, like I keep saying to our audience, these are very initial numbers. Um, there are clearer leads coming in West Bengal, though. Let me just take a look at the West Bengal numbers. BJP leading in 7 in West Bengal, TMC leading in 8. So even at such an early part of the morning, it does seem like it's going to be a neck and neck fight there in West Bengal. It seems quite tight, in West Bengal. In Assam, like I said earlier, the BJP has a very wide lead. The BJP is leading in 14 seats in Assam. The Congress is leading in 3 seats. So it does seem to be. Anything interesting you're seeing in the seats? In which seats are leading right now, Satish?
It's too early. It's postal ballots, but
Hmm.
I, interesting information is Vijay is trailing in Trichy East actually,
Okay. And why is that
and
interesting? Vijay himself is trailing.
Vijay himself is trailing. Yes,
Oh, okay, not the party.
not the party. Yeah, so we see Vijay is contesting from two seats,
Hmm.
Perambur and Tiruchirappalli East.
Yes,
So
Trishapalli East is contesting.
yeah, the
Yes,
TV
yes.
reports are saying that he's trailing in one of them. But again, like I said,
Very early, yeah.
postal ballots go in favor of DMK, even when ADMK has won elections.
Any other interesting candidates you're watching out for? There's, of course, Tamirai Soundarajan in Mylapore,
Yes.
Udaynidhi Stalin, MK Stalin. Who else are you keeping an eye on? Who's interesting to you right now?
Selvam, because this is the
Hmm.
first time he is facing the elections not on an ADMK ticket, and it remains to be seen whether the local people accept him as a DMK leader. Because he has been the criticism that came against him when he switched parties is that ADMK made him chief minister thrice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, there were opinions from political observers that probably the local populace might have a second thought about picking him again. But he has a good clout in Theni district actually.
Okay, let's take a look at some of those numbers coming in right now. I'll just take you through the numbers for our audience. In West Bengal, TMC is leading in 8 and the BJP is leading in 7. So, straight off the bat, this is a really tight race. And I think West Bengal is the one that's going to keep us on our toes today. In Assam, BJP is leading in 15 seats and the Congress is leading in 1, just barely. In Tamil Nadu, DMK in 7, AIADMK in 3, TVK in 1. And in Puducherry, the NR Congress is leading in 3, and the TVK is leading in 1. So that's a very interesting. That's a very interesting development. Oh, India Today has slightly more further numbers on West Bengal. India Today's numbers show 24 for the TMC leads for the TMC and 25 leads for the BJP. So still, I mean, it's still a fairly tight, tight race over there. In Puducherry, Satish, the
Yeah.
I did want to discuss the idea of employment. Um, Is it largely still tourism based? Are the young people
Yes.
of Puducherry complaining about the fact that they have to leave as soon as they finish their college,
Yes.
or they have to
Yes.
leave for college also to go to Chennai? Is there enough development coming into Puducherry to keep the people there happy?
Like you said, employment is a big question there. All these state-run enterprises have been closed down, and efforts have been made to reopen them with the help of the center. But right now, Puducherry is largely dependent on tourism. There's no doubt about that. But
Mm.
education is not a big challenge because you just travel 20 odd kilometers, you have adequate colleges in Virupuram and nearby Kadalur districts in Tamil Nadu. So yes, employment is an issue there.
Employment is an issue there.
Yeah.
Is there any coalition mathematics in Tamil Nadu with the, let's assume Stalin falls short a little bit, where would he be able to get those extra numbers from?
That depends on how short he falls actually. See, because the attempt will always be to break one of the opposition parties that has a better numbers.
Mm.
So, and there were claim there, at least there were a lot of rumors that DMK attempted to break the ADMK when Palaniswamy just took over as the CM in 2017 after Jayalalitha's death, but they always remained as rumors. And Stalin once also clarified that it is not his intention to break any party, whether it is in the ruling or opposition sides. So the question remains: imagine if again it's a guessing game. I really don't have an answer
Hmm.
to this. See, because why I'm saying this, Tamil Nadu has never seen a hung assembly or a party falling
Yeah.
short. The people will happily give the power to one of these two Dravidian parties. Every 5 years they just alternate between them.
So if Stalin manages to hold on to the seat, then that will be a departure from the norm, right? Because normally they alternate between them.
Yes, and 16 was an exception when Jayalalitha ensured a second consecutive term. So again, if Stalin does that, it will be a first time for a sitting CM, DMK CM to do that. Even
Mm-hmm.
his father couldn't do that. Karnanidhi couldn't even do that. He had lost to MGR.
Tell me what Tamil Nadu means right now for national politics, depending on which way this election goes. What will it mean on the national stage?
It's very simple. One thing is Stalin, assuming that DMK wins the elections, Stalin is seen as one of the most vociferous anti-BJP voices. So he might gain more stature, and it might affect BJP's Rajya Sabha prospects in the future.
Hmm.
So and see, the thing is, I don't know whether people in other states will be influenced by Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu has always been divergent to national trends. It happened in
Yes.
2014. It happened in 2019 when across the country, when BJP was sweeping, Tamil Nadu said a big no to the Saffron Party. So the thing is, uh, only an ADMK win might give some chances boost to the NDA.
Hmm. And of course, we know that right now the BJP has a very clear sort of eye on what's happening in Rajya Sabha and the Rajya Sabha numbers. So whoever wins a state like Tamil Nadu will be very interesting because it tilts the Rajya Sabha numbers in their favor.
Yes.
Noting the fact that the BJP just broke away seven members of parliament from the Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha, adding that number to its list. So it will be interesting to see, what this means, obviously, on the national stage, because each of these state elections will add numbers in Rajya Sabha, right, Satish?
Exactly, yes.
With Vijay, there was always that apprehension or sort of suspicion that he might take the support of the BJP. He does have a very large Christian base, being Christian himself, and a minority base. But I want to understand from you, after the whole, the stampede that happened, the CBI case that happened, he was summoned in that CBI case. What impact do you think that had, on him and on his supporters who were watching this play out?
Yes.
And do you know, what was the backroom conversation that was actually happening during those questionings?
See, basically, at least his supporters believe that he was not at fault, and there are some people, some experts who believe that it has actually added to the sympathy factor. See,
Mm.
because the thing is, for reasons best known to him, he didn't speak much about that Karur stampede incident,
Yes,
except
yes.
for once. And even other local opinions always told that people didn't see him as some kind of a perpetrator or something. At the most, they saw him as someone without experience who couldn't handle the situation. The initial accusation against him was that he didn't respond to it, but later I think it just fizzled out. And incidentally, Karur had the highest voter turnout in this 23 in these elections, actually, April 23 polls.
And what do you think we can read into that voter turnout?
Again, a difficult question, but somehow nobody is able to give a very specific reason to say why TN
Hmm.
witnessed such a huge turnout this time. Because even after SIR, we had a deletion of nearly 1 crore voters. So this high turnout is obviously being credited to Vijay, but we don't know how much of that transfers into his favor.
Hmm. Let me just take our audience through the numbers one more time. In West Bengal, and I'm reading according to India Today, TMC is leading in 53 seats and BJP is leading in 41 seats. So that gap has gotten a little wider in the leads. It's still about 8:35 in the morning, so it's early, but this is quite interesting. There's now a gap of over 10 seats building between the TMC and the BJP. In Kerala, the LDF is leading in four, the UDF is leading in nine, and the others, there are smaller seats there. And I think that is really interesting. If Kerala is showing that the anti-incumbency has not really played in for the UDF, that Pinarayi Vijayan will in fact get another term. That's going to be an interesting thing to watch. In Tamil Nadu, according to the initial numbers, the DMK is leading in 23 seats and the TVK is leading in 5 seats. So again, the gap is quite wide. The AIADMK is leading in 3 seats. Stalin is apparently leading in the Korathu seat in like those early trends as well. Udaynidhi is also leading in his constituency. Vijay is trailing in Perambur, according to India Today. Can you check
Yeah,
that for
that
us, Satish?
just a minute.
Because you said
Let-
Tiruchirappalli East. If he's
See,
leading it,
we
he's
said
trailing
postal
four.
ballots. Postal ballots always come in favor of
Favor
DMK.
of
So
Stalin.
maybe we can make
Wait
some
for the
kind
bit.
of a sense by around 12, because halfway through the counting.
Yeah, but I'm finding this quite surprising.
See, even 2016 was a big surprise to all of us because DMK was leading for almost 11:30,
Mm,
and
I remember.
finally ADMK stole the show actually.
Hmm. So in Assam is as clear as we had expected. BJP leading in 30 seats, Congress in 9, and the others are 0. The gap is really getting wider in West Bengal. According to India Today, TMC is leading in 66 seats and the BJP is leading in 50 seats. It's a 16 seat gap in those leads. And we'll have to see, of course, as we have seen in previous state elections, anything is possible. So as the seats get counted through the course of the day, things could change. But anything surprising you in these initial numbers, Satish?
No, actually, it's on expected lines. DMK is doing well.
Well, not expected lines for a lot of the, like for example, the Axis My India, predictions were very different.
No, my gut feeling doesn't vote in favor.
So your gut feeling is that DMK is going to do well.
Yes.
Okay. Just checking. I'm just checking to see if the election commission has put out any leads so far. No. Election commission has not put out anything. Which they normally do, is they take much longer to
Yeah, actually, yes, yes.
just taking a minute to look at the numbers. Do you want to take a minute to look at your data as well? I'll walk our audience through the numbers in the meantime. I know that you're dying to read the flashes that are coming. Let me just take our audience through the numbers, okay? So in Tamil Nadu on the leads, we're still not even at 9 o'clock, right? At this point, we're at 8:40. So the DMK is leading in 26 seats, the AIADMK in 3, and TVK in 5. So massive gap. Satish was telling us this is what he had expected, at least, that the DMK will do well, and they're doing really well. In Assam, um, the BJP is leading in 33 seats in Assam, the Congress in 10. Um, Very wide gap there. In West Bengal, the TMC is leading in 65 seats and the BJP is leading in 52. So there is a gap there, but it might actually, that gap might be bridged. It's not very wide when you consider this early in the morning. In Kerala, the UDF is leading in 10 and the LDF is leading in 4. Now, just to tell our audience how this normally happens, when they start off, so after elections, our voting is done. All of the boxes are sealed by the election commission, tied in cloth, sealed, and placed in a strong room in each constituency. That strong room is then guarded by, um, obviously, guarded by the election commission and the central troops who are there. When it's the day of actual counting, that morning, that strong room is actually opened. It's not meant to be opened before that. And first they start off by counting the postal ballots. These are service voters, armed forces, government staff on election duty, senior citizens in some cases who are allowed. They're counted manually before the EVMs are counted. Then you have something called round wise counting, where basically for every constituency, there are multiple polling booths, right? So the votes are counted in rounds, a set of a certain number of EVMs per round. So in each round, the trends are then updated, and the leads are what you get right now. So effectively, imagine if you're sitting in one constituency where, hypothetically speaking, there are 100 boxes to be counted. So maybe the first 10 boxes that are counted are all DMK boxes because they've come from a certain area of the constituency where that population was very pro DMK. But as you progress through the day and you go into round two, round three, round four, you start opening boxes from maybe different areas of the same constituency, and that lead could tilt. So a lot of times what happens is in the morning you see a lead in a certain area, you see a lead in a certain direction, but we've seen elections where those leads have tilted completely after say 9, 10, 10:30 as well, because as the round is normally about, I think about 19, 20 rounds per constituency, and we tend to get those numbers closer to 11 o'clock in the morning when we actually know which way it's looking. And so just looking at those numbers one more time. So those are the leads we're talking about right now, right? Postal ballots are probably. Satish, do you think they've moved into counting the boxes now, or?
I think yes, 8:30 they should have started. Yes, they have. Yeah.
Yeah. So just looking at those numbers now, Tamil Nadu, DMK leading in 30 and TVK is 8. So really wide gap there. West Bengal, West Bengal, the leads have tilted. And we should take a minute. I'm just going to ask my team to put this up on our screen as well. My producer Ira will do it. Can we pop up the West Bengal numbers, Ira? Because the West Bengal numbers show TMC that had the lead up till now is now leading in 64. The BJP is leading in 70 seats. So TMC has flipped. West Bengal has flipped completely. The BJP now has a sharp lead, 71 to 65. And we're going to have Shikha Mukherjee join us in a little while. She's an expert with West Bengal, and this will be very interesting to watch. 66 for the TMC, 70 for the BJP. This is according to India Today. And that is going to be really interesting, like we had expected. There you go. India Today is showing 70 for the BJP right now. So, like we had expected, West Bengal is going to keep us on our toes today. And that's going to be the interesting one to actually watch. The rest of them are starting to play out as expected. In Assam, the BJP has a massive lead, 37 to 10 for the Congress. In Kerala, the UDF leading in 13 and the LDF in 5. Wait, hang on. This is interesting. No, Satish is not going to comment because he'll say that he doesn't have expertise. But the BJP is leading in 5 seats in Kerala, Satish. This is something
No,
that.
they have been very positive since the Thrissur win in 2024 elections, and as you might have seen, they have made very sincere efforts to consolidate Christian voters. They have made a very significant outreach to the Christian community there, because Christians are a very significant voting population in Kerala, and BJP has made that very open. They have not. Done it
Yeah,
hush-hush way. They have been
yeah.
very open about that. They're going to churches, distributing cakes during Christmas, visiting bishops. Yes, and they are hopeful about. They have been hopeful. They have been hopeful on those lines actually.
Actually, I don't know how many of our audience members will remember, but the concept of love jihad came out of Kerala and was very supported by the Christian community of Kerala.
Yes.
And it was something that the BJP team on the ground found kinship with among the Christian community. And for several years, the BJP team has been working to win the support of the Christian community in Kerala. The Kerala has a fairly large, very, a Christian community that dates back many, many decades and years, a very strong community. So the fact that the BJP has been working towards it, so that main constituency is the Christian community, and of course, with the whole Sabarimala argument and the Hindu community there as well, there's been a lot of work that's been done on the ground by the BJP in Kerala to win more and more voters. And we're seeing some of those results right now. If you look at the numbers, the leads for the BJP in Kerala, 5 leads for the BJP in Kerala. But I mean, the one that is constantly catching my eye at this point is West Bengal, where the BJP is leading in 85 and the TMC is leading in 70. So that gap is widening, and that is going to be super interesting to watch. I mean, we have Hitesh who's saying West Bengal will be a tough battle. It's going to be an interesting battle. Um, we have someone who says in Assam, if Congress manages to lose with a good share of seats, it will be a win for them. That's true. The Congress is not making much of a dent in Assam at all, and that's kind of, it's kind of odd. Let's. I'm also going to take a look at some of the. BJP's L. Murugan is trailing in his seat. We don't have too many other details as to who's leading or trailing in Tamil Nadu.
ADMK surprisingly is leading in one of the Chennai constituencies right now, RK Nagar. It was represented by Jayalalitha in the past. And just
Wow.
as we speak, according to the TV reports, ADMK is catching up fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you had made a mention about trends or results tilting in favor of somebody after some time. Let me give you
Hmm.
the example of 2016. 2016,
Yes.
like I told you, initially it looked like DMK was going to win because they started winning all the northern and central districts because smaller voters, and the results started coming in by. But what really happened is west and part of southern districts voted completely in favor of ADMK, and those that change of directions came only in the afternoon.
Mm. Okay, so very interesting news coming in. BJP Suvendu Adhikari is leading from Bhabanipur, West Bengal, where he's running against Mamata Banerjee. I would have to leave that there for you guys. This was an important. Bhabanipur is Mamata Banerjee's like strong room. This is her space, right? And if Suvendu Adhikari is leading against her, even for the time being, and we're going to watch this closely, it is big news. This is big, 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 and this news is coming in on Doordarshan. We have Biju who's joining us right now. Biju is the Kerala bureau chief of PTI, so he brings in Kerala expertise. Satish's colleague from PTI will join us. Shika Mukherjee will join us in a little while. So will Manish Anand, who's the editor of Raisina Hills, will bring in a national perspective as to what is going on. We're just waiting for Biju to join. Hi, Biju. Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you
Good
for
morning.
joining us.
Thank you.
Interesting numbers already coming in for Kerala.
Yes, yes.
Can you give me your initial reactions to the numbers on Kerala?
It appears that there is a neck and neck fight because postal ballots are being counted.
Hmm.
And as per the initial trend, 67 in 67 seats, UDF is leading, and 65 LDF. BJP is leading in 4 seats.
Do you expect? I mean, this is interesting because a lot of the exit polls expected LDF to do better.
No, it was actually UDF to do it. That was the most of the exit polls congratulate UDF.
Oh, yes, sorry. The Satish, one second. It does seem from the initial numbers that are coming in that Vijay is trailing in both of his seats. Can you check that for us?
No, I just saw somewhere that he is leading in Perambur in Chennai,
Okay.
but Trichy, I think he is behind.
Trichy, he's behind. Okay.
Yes.
So, Biju, we were just discussing the BJP's growing footprint in Kerala. Are you seeing those in the? Are you seeing evidence of that in the numbers right now?
Yes, yes. Because in the initial trend itself, it shows that BJP is leading in 4 seats. That is a if that trend continues, it is a very big development in Kerala politics. Uh, they drew a blank in 2021 election and 2016 elections. They opened their first account in the Kerala Assembly by this O. Rajagopal, their veteran leader, who 2-1 from Nemam in Thiruvananthapuram, which is a stronghold where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is currently contesting. And in that seat also, BJP is leading. That means Chandrasekhar is leading in Nemam seat. And if they are able to continue this momentum, and if they emerge as if they will be able to win at least 4 seats, that is a very big achievement as far as BJP is concerned in Kerala, because it is it's a very tough terrain for the BJP, Kerala, in Kerala. They made all their efforts. They forged alliances with some new generation parties like 2020, and they campaigned very well. Prime Minister visited Kerala a couple of
Yeah.
times, and also Amit Shah once, several central leaders, and they raised several issues. Particularly, they were focusing on the alleged appeasement politics of the left and the UDF.
Viju, this is the interesting from just the initial leads that we're looking at right now, and these are initial leads to our audience members. In Kerala, the BJP is leading in 6 seats and the LDF is leading in 5. Is it possible for the BJP to do better than the LDF?
But that is very amazing.
Yeah.
Because of the mainstream news channels which I watch, I am able to see the UDF heard in leading in 70 seats and 63 seats. LDF is leading in 63 seats. But this is a new information for me. But if that is happening, then that is going to be a game changer in Kerala politics.
And what will that mean on the national stage, on the future of Kerala, if BJP becomes the leading opposition of the state?
Then obviously, if that depends on which party is going to form the government in Kerala. If the UDF is winning and the left is placed in third, we are going to witness a West Bengal scenario.
No, why do you say that? Explain.
Because in West Bengal, you see, left was ruling for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, after TMC came to power. Now the TMC is in power, BJP emerged as a major opposition party. Left could not win a single seat, I think, in 2021. So the vote base of the left shifted to the BJP. That is the reason why the rise of the BJP in West Bengal. The same scenario will be happening in Kerala, because left's major vote base is the Hindu community. While the UDF, Congress-led UDF, that is basically that front is basically supported by the Muslims and Christians. IUML, one of the leading Muslim political force in Kerala, is part of the Congress and UDF in Kerala. Like that, the church, Catholic Church, and they did not openly support, but they indicated. There were allegations also. BJP's candidate in Punjab Assembly constituency openly said that a bishop asked the nuns to vote in favor of the Congress in the elections. So all this indicate that it is a minority consolidation in favor of the UDF. So the left's vote base is the Hindu community, and if left is trailing, they are placed in third position, then and BJP is rising, it means that the left's Hindu vote base is
moving to the BJP.
Yes, that is a scenario.
So I'm just looking at the numbers. It does seem like the left is trailing behind the BJP in Kerala right now. The BJP leading in 6 and the LDF leading in 5. Tough, sort of result for the, for Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
Yes, because he is the unquestioned leader of the left in Kerala. And he controlled the party for nearly 3 decades now. In 1998, I think he became the state secretary of the CPIM. Since then, the party and its machinery, it's a Kerala-based party, Communist Party. They were fully under his command. And, he became the chief minister. Still, then he continued to hold on his grip over the party affairs. So he's an
So this is
unquestioned leader.
this is
It is a
interesting
very
for
big
me because
setback for the. It is going to be.
yeah, just before the elections had started in Kerala, there was, Kerala Stories 2, which had come, and people were saying this is not what Kerala is like. This is a misrepresentation of Kerala on the national stage. The left was talking a lot about welfare and development. Has the what the North calls mudda, the reasons for voting changed in Kerala? If more people are voting BJP, what do you think their main reasons for choice would have been?
Both Congress-led UDF and the CPIM-led LDF, they have been rejecting the allegations leveled by the right wing in Kerala that there is that incidents of love jihad.
Yeah.
And the Kerala Story movie was outrightly rejected. The contents that were outrightly rejected by both left and right
Okay.
Congress. But the BJP.
Viju, forgive me for interrupting you. We have Shikha Mukherjee join us right now. Shikha Mukherjee is a very senior, respected journalist. And not a moment too soon, Shikha Mukherjee, because I'm dying to ask you about the numbers in coming out of West Bengal right now. Just to read it out to our audience, the BJP's leads have crossed 100. So according to India Today, at least BJP is leading in 105 seats in West Bengal. The TMC is leading in 99. It's still close, but the BJP has shot ahead. Your initial reactions, Ms. Mukherjee?
Well, the interesting thing is that the first round, we are getting most of the North Bengal seats, a lot of the North Bengal seats, which is the BJP's original core area from 2021. In fact, from 2019. That has been the BJP's area where the BJP has done very well in Lok Sabha elections. It did well in the 2021 State Assembly elections. Therefore, the leads coming in from there are interesting, but there are surprises. There are huge surprises there, especially in a place like Malda and in a place like Kuch Bihar, where the Trinamool is going neck to neck with the BJP, 3 seats each from what I know. And in Malda, the BJP is doing better than I would have expected, but the BJP was not expecting that. The BJP was very confident that they would get more seats in Malda, and they seem to have done it, at least up to now. This from the looks of it, it's going to be a fairly interesting election till the last moment, because these are the first rounds, and first rounds are not always correct. We saw it in Bihar, and I'm sort of my heart is in my mouth as I say this, that till the last moment we won't even know who's won what, because if the Bihar model works, and that was that was the first SIR experiment, then we will have to wait and see. But as of now, the BJP, as it predicted, as its people, as its senior most leaders have been telling me, the BJP is doing well in North Bengal as they had anticipated. South Bengal, things are not looking as precisely. They weren't as precise about South Bengal's about their anticipations in South Bengal, but we have to see. We'll have to see how it works out.
So, look at these numbers right now, Ms. Mukherjee. TMC leading in 100, BJP in 101, and so it's close. And of course, it's early, like you said. It's going to be a while before we have any sort of clarity. But I do want to point out to you, Suvendu Adhikari is leading both in Nandigram and in Bhabanipur. Is that a surprise to you?
Nandigram is.
I mean that effectively
that means much of a surprise, because that is his stuff. But in Bhabanipur, I'm not so sure that this lead will sustain.
You don't think that lead will sustain. Do you believe at this point the SIR exercise? Because I remember a couple of the interviews that you've already done talking about your analysis going into the election. And you did say, if I'm not mistaken, you said that there was a lot of anti-incumbency against Mamata Banerjee that should have worked in the BJP's favor, but the SIR managed to band the Bengalis together, who sort of came together and they felt like they were being, they needed to band together because of it. And the BJP may have squandered some of its own goodwill because of the SIR exercise. But it doesn't seem to be reflecting in the numbers that we're looking at right now.
I think that the major impact of that we will see in South Bengal. Because I'm going to say this and probably be in everybody's bad books for saying it, is that the North Bengal constituencies is where the most savage SIR deletions happened. Murshidabad, Malda, Uttar Dinajpur.
Yes.
And this is where the BJP is obviously very hopeful that it will do exceedingly well. That is what they were telling me even yesterday. And therefore, I would assume that the SIR effect has worked in the sense that the deletions have worked. Elsewhere, or maybe even in North Bengal, I have no idea what the SIR effect is finally going to be like on the ground. But from what I know and from what I have heard, there are two things about the SIR. One is that the Bengali, will they band together? The BJP thinks that no, the Bengalis will not band together. It is, the selfish gene is at work. It's highly individualistic, that people who are off the rolls are off the rolls and they don't matter. The people who are on the rolls are doing this to register their right to vote and, as a consequence, their citizenship. And therefore, they're not really bothered about what has happened to the others, the 91 lakhs who are off the rolls. They're just doing it for themselves. So these are two different, these are two perspectives, two very different and contradictory perspectives, which I'm hearing. One from the other side, the other one is from the BJP. And my guess is that somewhere along the line, we will see the other perspective come into play when people are going to vote, when the figures are going to tell us that somewhere some people have definitely voted to register their disapproval, discontentment, anger, fear, and resentment over the stigmatization and segregation of people in the way it has been done under SIR.
Well, I know Satish Anand has to leave. Satish, just before you go, just pointing out the numbers that they stand right now for Tamil Nadu, DMK 74, TVK leading in 41. So TVK has caught up quite a bit. AIADMK at 21. So this is more on lines of what you were expecting, Satish.
Yes. But TVK seems to be putting up a better show actually than expected.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Some of the TV channels are the latest numbers: DMK 38, AIADMK 35, TVK 31. These are TV numbers. I'm just for reference. That's all.
Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. Thanks, Satish. Thanks for joining us. We have Manish Anand joining us as well. Manish Anand is the editor of Raisina Hills. He's a very senior journalist. Manishji, thank you for joining us. Good morning to you. Of all the numbers that you're looking at right now, where are what's catching your interest? Is it West Bengal?
Good morning, Faye. Definitely West Bengal is at the center stage of the spotlight for the national politics because the BJP has had marshaled out big resources to win the election in West Bengal, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, they put their stakes in the state. Because of 2024 Lok Sabha election, where the party tally had gone down very massively, BJP has to pull off socks there. And if you remember the Redford speech of Prime Minister last year, where he spotlighted demography in the border areas, then from Manipur to West Bengal, the international border areas has been in the focus for the BJP as well as the RSS. So winning West Bengal is at the top priority of the BJP. They have done massive electioneering. The outcome we have to see, because right now only the postal ballots are being counted. So in a half an hour, we hope to get proper definitive kind of trends.
Manishi, postal ballots would have finished at 8:30, right? Now it's past 9 a.m. Are we getting now first 2, 3 rounds at least of boxes?
Yeah, so these are the early trends. I expect that we will have to wait for multiple rounds of the counting to take place, because it's a kind of a bipolar election in West Bengal, BJP versus the TMC. Rest of the parties have been reduced to fringes. So in the case of bipolarity in West Bengal, the scene would be quite tight, because the BJP has done has also gone into the election on the back of Election Commission's SIR, which is a big factor in West Bengal. So I don't see early trends to give a very decisive kind of leaning to one party. We'll have to wait for multiple rounds to give us some indications.
Shikha Mukherjee, very interestingly, the Axis My India poll did not predict West Bengal because they said nobody was forthcoming and there was a certain amount of fear when we asked questions. In your opinion, what was that fear about?
Difficult to assess, but it could be a fear that people. A fear factor is. I would have thought it would be that we don't want to get into the bad books of anybody, be it the BJP or the Trinamool Congress, and therefore it's safer not to say what is in our minds. But the fear factor would also be a disinclination to tell an exit poll and then figure out, and people are very suspicious at this point in time in West Bengal. Everybody is very suspicious. It's like, why do we have to give out information? How will it impact us? Will there be some impact on our status as citizens, as residents? How will it? There are all kinds of strains and stresses in West Bengal at this point in time. So I would think that the fear factor is also a refusal to want to disclose any kind of information that may be used by anybody for any purposes. They don't know how it's going to affect them. So therefore they are not disclosing. It could be that. But my personal view is that I've talked to people and I haven't heard them not tell me what their voting preferences are. That's very strange. They've quite categorically told me what they think and what they feel and how they're going to vote.
And what do you think the main points or the main considerations were when people went to the ballot this time in West Bengal?
One is definitely anti-incumbency, and that is what the BJP campaign led with and focused on. The second one is the SIR and its effect, and that's where the fear of being excluded comes in.
Yes.
And the third thing is an identity crisis, an identity issue, a conflict over that. Are we Indians? Are we not Indians? Are we Bengalis? Are we not Bengalis? Who is to determine whether we are Bengalis or not? That, I think, is the big question that everybody has faced.
And so Mamata Banerjee's idea of, anyone who comes from outside Bengal is an outsider. They don't speak the language. They don't understand us. They don't understand our literature. They can't pronounce the words. They don't eat, they're vegetarian. And so they're going to try and make us that as well. Did that find, resonance at all on the ground?
I think to some extent it did. I was shocked when I heard it, but that's what I heard. And but the fish thing boomeranged like mad. Because, photo ops of Anurag Thakur eating fish, that became a joke in Kolkata and in Bengal. I mean, who campaigns about fish in Bengal anyway?
Yes.
So, and you know the absurd statements that you were hearing. The chief minister will be a Bengali. The chief minister will be a fish-eating Bengali. Who has to say this? So, having said that, the outsider is now a very complex category of persons in Bengal. Why? Because we don't really see outsiders as how do I put it? You know, there are outsiders who have integrated into Bengal, and there are outsiders who haven't integrated. And those who haven't integrated, it's a fine judgment call. It's a perception. It's how I see or somebody else sees a particular person, and that is what has got. But let me also say this: you know, Bengal has had a peculiar. I mean, look at Kolkata. Kolkata has always been over 60% non-Bengali in that sense. There is a huge migrant population who lives here, domiciled here for generations. And they speak Bengali, they think like Bengalis, they are like Bengalis, except that they have their differences, but so do Bengalis within districts have their differences.
Yes.
So it's this way, I think this whole issue of integration which distinguishes one lot from the other. And the BJP is considered a party that is controlled by the center, controlled from outside. The local leadership has very little say. The local leadership is not the face of the party. And that is why this whole discourse of the outsider and the other came into play in the way in which it did. And the BJP has used it. Definitely the BJP has used it for its own purposes. So has the Trinamool. So obviously this is a sentiment that both sides believe will give them dividends.
Well, just taking our audience through the numbers again, the TMC leading in 108 seats in Bengal, the BJP in 118 seats. So it's a small gap, but the BJP does have a clear lead at this point. These are still early numbers. We're at 915. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK leading in 71, AIADMK in 33, the TVK in 54. In Assam, BJP 66 and Congress 19. So Assam is largely showing what was expected. In Puducherry, the NDA coalition has 3 leads and the Congress coalition has 1. Kerala, the LDF 18, the UDF 49 and the BJP 9. So that initially there was a period where it looked like the BJP would perform better than the LDF. That has changed. Just bringing in Biju for a reaction in Kerala. Anything interesting in the numbers that you're seeing in Kerala, Biju?
As per the TV reports, UDF is securing a massive lead. Out of 140 constituencies, they have a trend in their favor in 89 seats. Left is trailing behind with 46, and NDA 4. That is the versions the TV channels are giving here. It indicates that there is an anti-incumbency factor.
Yes, that there is an anti.
And also the massive minority consolidation in favor of the UDF. That was visible. That also helped UDF in securing the lead. If this trend continues.
Manish Anandji, I just want to bring you into this idea that the BJP, came into Assam saying we will stop the infiltrators, we will, we'll clean up the space. They have now taken that idea into Bengal. Is that the idea that's winning for the BJP?
Yes, this infiltration issue has been resonating across Assam and West Bengal for a long time. And the Matwas in West Bengal, they have also been at the center stage. The citizenship amendment Act, which was passed by Parliament. They have all been there in Assam and West Bengal with conflicting narratives. In Assam, it backfires for the BJP if it pushes the NRC and all stuff, because a lot of Bengali people in Assam, they also resent this kind of aggressive push if Citizenship Amendment Act is implemented. So the fact that the act is not yet implemented in practice, in full force and in its full intent, shows a kind of contradiction between the two states. And in the SIR that we saw in West Bengal, a lot of Matwa voters lost their votes, which we have to see which way it goes, because the conventional thinking is that half of them vote for the BJP and half of them vote for the TMC. So they are vertically split between the two parties, and the BJP had been wooing that community for a long time. So Matwa vote base has been a key focus for the BJP, and a lot of them lost their votes in this SIR exercise. So this demography issue is very crucial for the RSS and the BJP. As I said, from Manipur to West Bengal, they want party to come into power so that whatever they think of demography issue could be implemented. You have seen Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma talking a lot about pushing back the illegal Bangladeshi immigrants from Assam, for which they have empowered even the district magistrates. So the number officially, the number of the infiltrators who have been pushed back into Bangladesh is quite low as compared to what the Congress governments had achieved in Assam. Yet the issue is kept very hot. Faye, I just wish to retouch the issue of identity that Shikaji was talking about. In Bengal, this identity, a Bengali identity, is well entrenched. In fact, I remember reading a book, Bengaliana, by Rajiv Banerjee, where even Pravasi Bengalis are not accepted as true Bengalis. When they visit Bengal, they face a lot of discrimination. The Pravasi Bengalis are those who are born outside of West Bengal. Shikhaji would like to share her thoughts on that. So identity is so well entrenched in Bengal that you cannot compare Bihar politics with West Bengal politics. And in the case of BJP, if you look at the central leadership, you will not find a single Bengali leader who has pan-India appeal. So Bengali leadership for the BJP is limited only to West Bengal. And that too an import from TMC in the form of Suvendu Adhikari. So BJP's big lack or handicap is of having a big Bengali leader who hails from West Bengal at the national stage.
Yeah, so Shikha Mukherjee, the fact that the Prime Minister has been the candidate, let's be honest, in West Bengal as well, has that sat well with the people of West Bengal? Because it's how the BJP normally fights most of its elections. You vote for the Prime Minister and his model of governance, and the BJP will pick a chief minister after the election is done. Does that work for the people of Bengal?
It hasn't worked up to now because Bengal is very used to having very strong, very prominent, very quote unquote tall leaders in charge of the state. Someone who is stand-in for Mr. Modi is not what the Bengali would have any respect for. And a chief minister who is selected without respect is asking for trouble. Number one. Number two, to get back to, and that applies across the board. I mean, people are very, in Bengal, I'll just give you an example of how this works, this mindset works. There was a time when Jyoti Basu was approached by then whatever was the version of the UPA to be the Prime Minister of Bengal. And across the board, cutting across party lines, cutting across all the years of rivalry and hostility, everybody said, yes, we'll be very proud if he is. And that is how it works. So if you have a Bengali leader who is a tall leader, who is a prominent face, in that I think Mr. Anand is absolutely right. There is a peculiarly Bengali pride in all of this. When Pranab Mukherjee became the president, that is how Bengalis thought about it. That finally, some Bengali has become president. Bengalis have always had this aspiration of becoming somebody from their ranks becoming a prime minister of India, and they think that they will do a better job.
But Ms. Mukherjee, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Forgive me, but there are leads coming in from Tamil Nadu that we must pay attention to now. The DMK leading in 69, the TVK in 74. So Vijay's TVK seems to have a clear lead, at least at this point of the morning, which was predicted by one exit poll, but is mostly a surprise because this is his first election. Could Vijay actually become chief minister? Is this a victory? I know it's early in the morning to be able to tell, but is this another MGR on the way? Manish Anand?
This is a big disruption in Tamil Nadu politics because the way AIADMK imploded in the absence of J. Jayalalitha, there had been an opposition vacuum in Tamil Nadu politics. And one pole in Tamil Nadu politics had always been held by a popular actor, whether by M.G. Ramachandran or his legacy was taken by J. Jayalalitha. And that vacuum had been there. Somehow, after the J. Jayalalitha passed away, AIADMK kept fighting within the party, and the faction fighting made the party away from the people. And the BJP also realized that there is an absolute vacuum, and thus this AIADMK is not coming up to the mark. And somehow, I think strategically, the BJP did not put much of the electioneering resources in Tamil Nadu. And Prashant Kishore, who had been advising Vijay for a long time, a key election strategist who himself doesn't fare well when he fights elections, but he proves lucky for others when he advises others. So that disruption in Tamil Nadu politics, I think, is coming in the form of Vijay. His popularity, his appeal, which we have seen from his weekend rallies, where a lot of people were turning up. One unfortunate mishap also took place in one of his rallies. So Vijay is filling that vacuum in Tamil Nadu politics. And we should not forget that DMK had been in power for 2 consecutive terms. So a lot of anti-incumbency is there. And given the sense that Tamil Nadu politics in the past had been a kind of a revolving door, where the people voted out the incumbent in the next elections. So they looked for an alternative, and Vijay arrived at the right time, and he was backed with a good strategist, and he played his cards well. And by making a narrative that he is not into caste politics, he is not into religion politics, he made himself acceptable to a lot of Gen Z voters. And the kind of trends that we saw in Nepal, where a rapper became the prime minister. So in that very sense, we can see that Tamil Nadu is reflecting Gen Z's intensity to get the political control. And Tamil Nadu appears to be taking the lead in that sense. I think Vijay is riding that aspiration among the Gen Zs, the youngsters, that the entrenched and established political players are not fulfilling their aspirations. They want alternative, and that alternative politics, which we have seen in Delhi, which was seen in Punjab, is now going to Tamil Nadu.
So, Shikha Mukherjee, very interesting trends right now. Obviously, Vijay and the TVK is showing a sharp lead over the DMK. But if we zoom out a little bit on the national stage, the BJP is showing headway even if they have a few seats in Kerala, it means that they've made room for themselves. But what do you think it would mean on the national stage if the BJP wins Bengal today?
I think it will be a huge boost to the BJP's status, because it has finally cracked this citadel, which has eluded them for the past almost 10 years. And for Mr. Modi, it will sort of once and for all overcome the 240 seats that he won in the Lok Sabha, bring his government down, bring the BJP down to a minority. It will also mean that the BJP has become a national party with the last bastion of resistance falling in the north. The south is a different story. 3 seats in Kerala or 5 seats in Tamil Nadu is not going to crack them. And the southern bastions of the regional parties and the CPM. So the Bengal thing becomes the legitimization of many things. One, it becomes the legitimization of the Ghuspetia, deportation, infiltrator, demographic change, the Muslim minority growing to overtake the Hindu majority, and the BJP functioning as a puller against the lot. So yes, that is one significant contribution that winning Bengal will have for the BJP. It will confirm that the concept of Hindutva and the Hindu identity, Hindu vote consolidation has been accepted and legitimized in a way endorsed by Bengal, as in Assam, as in Bengal, the whole Ghuspetia story was happening here. This was the ground on which it was happening.
Yes. So right now, yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No, please.
No, so right now, just taking our audience through the numbers, the BJP leading in 23, and we're just going to update these numbers on our screen as well. BJP leading in 123 in West Bengal, the TMC leading in 110. So it's close. It's neck and neck. They're switching the leads quite quickly. And so we're going to watch that carefully. This also means, Shikha Mukherjee, this also means that the Rajya Sabha numbers are up for grabs as well. And it's something we know that the BJP is interested in right now. These states will matter a great deal in Parliament as well, won't they?
Yes, they will, because if you look at what's the fiasco of the women's reservation, so-called women's reservation bill, which was actually a delimitation bill, which was actually something else, but whatever it is, that defeat rankles, and that defeat will then, the prospects of getting defeated will decline to that extent if West Bengal turns. Because West Bengal is, as Mamata Banerjee keeps telling everybody, the third largest party in Parliament. And that the Trinamool Congress has been quite consistent about how it has been functioning in Parliament as an opposition. So these will impact. There will be an impact far beyond Bengal in the outcomes of the Bengal election. One is the identity issue. The other one is Bengal, which has sort of resisted the idea of CAA and NRC and the classification of residents as non-Indians will come into play. I mean, the whole citizenship issue will blow up once this happens. And then the BJP has promised that they will bring in the UCC. So the UCC is going to be another flashpoint in Bengal, from where the UCC will become a national issue, political issue. There are huge impacts of the Bengal election on national politics, as I see it. It will have an impact on India, on the India alliance. It will have an impact on Parliament. It will have an impact on the issues that come before the nation and how they are dealt with by the political establishment, meaning the opposition on the one side and the BJP on the other.
So I just want to bring in Vijay again to look at Kerala as well. Vijay, what are you noticing in the numbers that are coming in from Kerala?
Now, the interesting fact is that Pinarayi Vijay, Chief Minister, is trailing in his hometown of Dharmadam constituency. So there is the trend indicates that there is a strong contested UDF wave in Kerala. So the anti-incumbency factor is definitely worked against the government. It has been in power for the last 10 years. Bucking the trend, I think that 2021 Pinarayi Vijay continued to become the chief minister by winning more than 90 seats, around 99 seats. Now, like that trend is gone. Pinarayi Vijay, I think, is on the way of exit. That is the trend indicates from the initial rounds of counting. UDF is emerging. Leader of opposition, VD Sadisan, led from the front. And now, obviously, the discussion will be starting who will be the next chief minister.
Yes.
That is also because the UDF candidates have secured massive leads, which means that they are going to form the government.
Let me bring in Manish Anand here. Manish, other than Kerala, it does seem like the Congress's footprint in these states is shrinking.
Yeah, Shikhaji. Yeah.
Can I just butt in because it's interesting? We were anticipating that the left and the Congress is going to go into revival mode in this election. From the leads that I'm seeing, the left has picked up 2 leads and the Congress has picked up 4. And the ISF has probably picked up 1. So there is a confirmation of the fact that the Congress is in revival mode in its strongholds in West Bengal. And so is the left, which is an interesting. Now the politics gets very, very interesting. I'm butting in because I think it's fascinating. The left and the Congress is going to undercut somebody's votes. And it's probably going to undercut both the Trinamool and the Congress's and the BJP's votes.
And the BJP's vote.
How that works out, how these vote, because if they're leading in 2 and 4, beyond which I don't think they're going to do much, in other seats, in about 50 seats, they will have a vote share impact. Meaning if their vote shares go up, then the principal contestants, which is the BJP and the Trinamool, how their vote shares get reduced, and in what proportion, how it impacts the overall win is going to get affected. It's an interesting
because we saw a lot of the old left vote had moved to the BJP as the main opposition for the TMC. You're saying some of that is coming back to the left and the Congress?
The Congress, it means 3 things actually. One, the old left vote, not all of it is coming back to the BJP, is not coming back to the left. The left is quite realistic about it. They don't expect more than 30% of the votes that swung away to the BJP to come back to them. Because there is what I describe the refugee settler syndrome, which is at work, which the BJP has pandered to, expanded, and developed as part of its narrative in West Bengal. The other impact is going to be how the Muslim consolidation has not worked. It could well be that the Muslim vote has not consolidated behind the Trinamool as the Trinamool was expecting it to, as many of us as analysts and observers of the West Bengal scene were expecting it to. And third, the Hindu votes have also splintered because some Hindu votes have obviously gone to the Congress and the left, especially in districts like Malda, where the Hindu vote consolidates behind the Congress if the Congress has a decent enough leader.
Also, the T belt, the tribal belt, which way do you think that is going, Shikha Mukherjee?
I can't see as yet, but I would assume that it's going to be a BJP versus Trinamool fight, with the BJP perhaps having a little bit more of an edge. But again, as I said, it all depends on how has the left managed to dig a hole in there from where it had been ousted. All these factors come into play. This is the most interesting thing that I'm seeing at the moment, is how the left and the Congress actually help and hurt the Trinamool and the BJP.
Well, just running our audience through the numbers one more time. In West Bengal, the BJP leading in 129 seats. The TMC is leading in 109 seats. The interesting, uh, numbers also in Tamil Nadu, that where the DMK, MK Stalin's DMK leading in 52 and AIADMK in 64, but TVK, Vijay's TVK in 82. So that gap has gotten sharply larger. In Assam, the BJP has a nice, wide, clear lead. There's no contest there. BJP leading in 85, Congress is at 25. In Puducherry, the NDA alliance is leading in 7, and the Congress's alliance is in 3. And in Kerala, the UDF now close to 77, a large gap with the LDF. The LDF is at 30 and the BJP at 11. Manishji, when you look at the numbers right now, what's catching your eye? I thought it was very
Yeah,
interesting
no,
that you said that Vijay
yes,
is the
Faye.
new sort of rapper, Gen Z social media star. Do we have a Gen Z
Definitely.
social media star in Tamil Nadu as chief minister, you think?
Definitely. Vijay has made a spectacular debut in electoral politics, 81 leading seats. That's a very significant achievement for a party which is fighting first election. And that shows that the opposition vacuum was there and established parties were not able to fill that vacuum. And TPK arrived at the right time, took up the right narratives, and touched the courts of the people there. Faye, you asked me about the Congress reducing footprints in North India, in the East India. That's a reality. The Congress narrative is resonating in the South India, but it doesn't resonate in the North or East India. That's a fact. In Assam or wherever the politics of Hindutva resonates in electoral politics, Congress is struggling. If you leave Himachal Pradesh away, because Himachal Pradesh, irrespective of the politics of Hindutva, is still a revolving door electoral politics where the people vote out incumbent government. So, because the politics is binary in Himachal Pradesh, Congress gained power there. Otherwise, the Congress is losing North, Central, Western, and Eastern India, and party is gaining power in South India. That's a kind of a consolation to the Congress, and it will come as a morale booster because the party will gain Kerala as another state where the party will be in power in addition to Telangana and Karnataka. At the same time, this also reflects on the BJP, the mission south of the BJP that the party came out in 2017. That mission south is in jeopardy. Except for Goa, the BJP has no footprints in South India. In Karnataka, the party is mired in faction fighting, and in the next election also the BJP may struggle in Karnataka. So that way, Congress has a lot of grounds to gain in South India. That could be a morale booster for the Congress, given that when 2029 elections take place, the Congress would have a good turf to fight back. But
Yeah.
definitely, the Congress is lacking a narrative in Western, Central, Eastern, and Northern India.
I think it was very kind for you to point it all out. Effectively, you said the Congress is lacking a narrative in all of India. It's like Western, Central, Eastern, and and Northern India. I just want to point out some of the information that's coming in. The stock market is reacting really positively. The Sensex is up about 657 points in early trade. Remember, the market's taken quite a beating recently because of the war in West Asia. So any good news will be seen as a positive. Although, I'm wondering what the Sensex is seeing as good news out of all of this. Is it reacting to West Bengal or is it reacting to one of the other states? Biju, interestingly, in Kerala, several of the incumbent ministers are currently trailing. Veena George is trailing, Owat Kelu is trailing, Bindu is trailing, Rajiv is trailing. Roshi Augustine is trailing. Is this a massive anti-incumbency factor here?
Yes, of course, because one of the leading figure in the left government was Mr. Rajiv, P. Rajiv, Industries Minister. He's the party's central committee member, state secretariat member, and considered as one of the CM face in the future for the left. And if even if the left is finished second, it means that they became opposition party in Kerala. He was considered to be the leader of opposition in the state, but he is also trailing. So it is a very massive setback for the left, and I think there is a strong anti-incumbency wave, and also the people have voted for the welfare measures promised by Rahul Gandhi in Kerala, that particularly targeting women and college students. And it has worked in favor of the UDF. That is the trend indicates. And there is a strong anti-incumbency factor because the government was under attack from the opposition for a lot of things, from the local level politics to the state level big issues,
Yes.
lead corruption, nepotism, and issues in the allocating seats for the leaders. For example, KK Shailaja was one of the most prominent figure. He's the most prominent figure in the left CPIM, but group infighting in the CPIM is cited as one of the reasons for fielding her from a tough constituency in Kannur district, which is a Congress stronghold. And she won the 2021 assembly elections with a massive 60,000 votes margin from Matanur, a party stronghold. She was not given that ticket, and the seat and it was asked to contest from Peravur, which is a Congress stronghold, and where she is trailing. So these kind of party infighting and multiple factors, corruption, nepotism, all these work against the left. It appears that. And BJP is also leading in 5 seats. That is a very interesting scenario.
Yeah.
That Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Shobha Surendran, K. Surendran, and I think in Kollam there is one seat, Chatanur constituency, there is one seat. So which means that they are slowly gathering strength in Kerala. Not only opening just an account, they are emerging as a major force in the state politics.
Well, Shikha Mukherjee, let's go back to West Bengal, which really is the most interesting fight of the day. Let's look at those numbers.
I think Tamil Nadu is also in place as the most interesting fight. The TVK factor.
But Tamil Nadu, just to take our audience through the numbers, the TVK is at 82, the DMK is at 55, the AIADMK now at 65. So DMK, so the DMK now is at the number 3 position. And this is something that no one had predicted, that the AIADMK will do better than the DMK. But that's what we're looking at in those numbers right now. So Vijay's TVK leading in 82 seats, the AIADMK leading in 65, and the DMK leading in 55. In West Bengal, the BJP is leading in 140, and the TMC is 102. So within touching distance of that halfway mark, though, Shikha Mukherjee?
Yes, indeed, it is. And in one of the Bengali channels is saying it's already crossed the halfway mark in terms of leads. 160 is what they're saying. So I guess this is going to be a most fascinating fight in West Bengal. It will match the BJP's expectations, or will it match these expectations is very, very unclear. And I'll tell you why. Because it's strange. One channel is showing that in one district, these are the numbers. The other channel is saying that there are no numbers in those districts. So it's really we really don't know how these numbers are coming up. But what is very clear, Faye, is that the incumbent party in 3 out of the 4 states is in serious trouble. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK is number 3. In Kerala, the UDF has emerged as obviously the leading party and is likely to win the election. And in West Bengal, the Trinamool is in trouble. It's only in Hemanta Biswa Sharma who's hanging on to his seat. That's and we have a new star in Indian politics.
Yeah, we have a new, and what a star he is. Look at Vijay's numbers. 82, the 55 for the DMK, 66 for the AIADMK. This is going to be a massive upset for Stalin. No one predicted this.
No. Even yesterday, when I was talking to people from the BJP, they said that the TVK has no chance of cutting it. And here we have the numbers, 82, 83. Fantastic.
Wow.
But
yes, Manishji.
But the number of Tamil Nadu suggests that an alliance politics is on the anvil, because TVK on its own will not be able to form the government without the support of the AIADMK. So in that case, TVK is going to come into NDA fold. I think that seems to be possible, and that in a way could be BJP gaining a kind of a foothold in Tamil Nadu politics, piggyback riding TVK and AIADMK.
That would be interesting because, we were having this discussion a little while ago about the fact that it is not possible at all for Vijay to enter an alliance with DMK because his entire campaign was anti-DMK. But is there a possibility of him joining the AIADMK BJP alliance, and will that give the BJP a state in the south, which would be very interesting because it does not have a state in the south right now. If that is a possible outcome in Tamil Nadu, then going by what we're seeing, Assam, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu will be really interesting for the BJP. The BJP will actually have a much stronger presence nationally at this point. There is a possibility. Biju, I know that you look at Kerala and not Tamil Nadu, but do you see the possibility of a Vijay AIADMK alliance?
That is premature to say right now because we don't know how the politics evolve in Tamil Nadu after these results. Because this traditional
yes,
rivals, DMK and AIADMK, whether they will be able to agree with the rise of a third prominent figure, force in Tamil Nadu. So, will there be an understanding between DMK and AIADMK?
In fact, Biju, sorry to interrupt you, but incumbent Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is apparently trailing against his Congress competitor in the Dharmadam constituency, according to some TV reports. So,
yes.
Massive anti-incumbency that perhaps was not measured adequately.
Yes. He is trailing, and interestingly, Mr. V.D. Sadishan, the leader of opposition, is also trailing. He is the one who led the UDF in the elections, and in his constituency, Paravur, Sadishan is also trailing. Which means that the UDF is emerging as one of the major forces that they are going to form the government. He was supposed to become the chief minister, and he is trailing in his constituency. That is an interesting fact. And,
I do know Biju needs to leave, but Shikha Mukherjee has to leave in 6 minutes as well. Shikha Mukherjee, very interesting. The BJP now, according to what we are looking at 144, 145 in West Bengal. 2 more they need to cross that halfway mark. It is, other than the fact that, the Election Commission has banned celebrations, they're going to want to celebrate in the BJP offices.
I'm sure they're celebrating anyway.
Inside. They have to celebrate inside because, according to the Election Commission, they've said no gatherings outside at all. But
Yeah.
reason to celebrate for the BJP in West Bengal, this is massive.
This is massive, and it's something that the BJP has worked very hard to achieve. If these results, no, let me qualify it, because I'm now getting completely paranoid. I'm seeing, different TV channels are giving me different counts of different districts. Now that means that the picture is still picture abhi baki hai, as the saying goes. But having said that, let me also say that the BJP has worked very hard. The BJP has been working. It was the official opposition in West Bengal from 2021.
Yes.
Therefore, it has been working hard on it. Any opposition, any official opposition is going to try and do its best to oust the ruling party and get into the ruling position. And the BJP has really pulled out all the stops. It has done all the micromanaging, all the number crunching, all the sort of permutations and combinations. Looked at the variables. It has put in a lot of hard work. Now that is one part. That is organizationally the work that they have put in. Then there is the politics of it, and that is where the real interest is. How does the BJP's victory impact not only politics in West Bengal, but the politics of identity, of the other, of deportation, of stigmatization, of how the opposition in India shapes itself around this whole subject. It's going to be fascinating. Soft Hindutva, hard Hindutva. I mean, look at what Mamata Banerjee did to beat the Hindutva party at its own game. She went and constructed a temple and turned it into a tourist spot. She's laid the foundations of another temple. She's gone in for pilgrimage tourism. So all of this is going to play out in many ways, not just across Bengal, but reverberate a ripple effect through India as well.
It really is, because it's from the BJP. If we were in the BJP office right now looking at these numbers, West Bengal is a massive, massive. Wherever these numbers finally settle, from what we're looking at right now, huge achievement for the BJP.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, achievement is fine. Now is the second part. What are they going to do with it?
What are they going to do with this achievement? What are they going to do with this achievement? Also, the fact that they've got some numbers now in Kerala as well. The fact that there is a buzz about will Vijay actually look at that alliance in Tamil Nadu. It looks like, the BJP has made the most of this state election. They're going to be far stronger coming out of these elections than they were before they went in. Shika, I know, Ms. Mukherjee, I know you have to leave. You want to give us a final note before you go?
No, I think I'm kind of looking at the fact that the Trinamool put in. I have to be fair. I mean, I said the BJP put in a huge amount of work, but the Trinamool has also been fighting it out for 5 years, from 2021, trying to save their turf. So I think there's a lot of fight left in West Bengal politics. I think I should just leave it at that.
Right. We'll leave it at that. Shika Mukherjee, thank you so much for joining us, and giving us your point of view on this fascinating election. Manish Anand, the editor of Raisina Hills, is still with us. We'll have a couple of guests joining us right now. Shika Mukherjee, thank you. Manish ji, I really want to look at Tamil Nadu a little bit closer. From some of the numbers that we're looking at in Tamil Nadu right now, I'll just pull that up. 85 for the TVK, 65 for AIADMK, 56 for DMK. Stalin here taking a worse of a beating than we had expected.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, he was up against a lot of anti-incumbency. He had already been for 2 terms there, And Tamil Nadu politics also has been quite a revolving door in the past. So a hat-trick win was a very tough call for DMK. And at the same time, DMK is also leadership in transition phase because Stalin is aging and his son is taking the center stage in DMK. So that way, a kind of leadership transition is taking place, and Vijay arrived at the right time, as I said earlier, because Tamil Nadu politics is changing, and he's a big disruptor. He's a big disruptor, and I think Vijay shows the signs that people in India are looking for alternative, and wherever there is a credible alternative available, they are going to back them. Aam Aadmi Party arrived in national politics, Delhi first, then Punjab. So wherever they are able to throw a credible alternative, the people are backing them, and Vijay is an example of that. But at the same time, an alliance is on the card, and it's going to be an NDA government. AIADMK has to support the TVK. That is the true import of the mandate. The people have given the mandate not to one party, but for a future post-poll alliance. That is the mandate, and it's a negative vote for the DMK. But interesting thing, as Viju was pointing out about the opposition leader in Kerala, and rather I would like you to answer who is going to be the CM of Kerala? Is Shashi Tharoor going to be the CM?
Well, I don't know whether Shashi Tharoor is going to be the CM because he dismissed some of those questions that were asked of him while the election was on. Someone asked him, "Are you going to be the CM?" He said, "I'm not even a candidate. I'm not even contesting. That conversation is not even there's nowhere near anything of the sort." So he dismissed it. But we don't know. We don't. I mean, it's a very good question as to who the CM of Kerala is likely to be. Right now, the only thing we know for sure is who the CM of Assam is going to be.
Definitely. Anyways, Assam was very predictable. In Assam, the kind of politics that Assam has seen, this is a state which has been completely saffronized on the lines of Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh. So the politics of Hindutva overwhelmed the politics of identities. So the Ahomia politics has taken a back seat, and the Hindutva politics is dominating Assam. And Himanta Biswa Sarma tried to model himself on Yogi Adityanath. He was a kind of a Hindu poster boy in Assam politics, and a hat-trick win for the BJP in Assam. That's a big thing. They are winning third straight mandate. And the Congress is completely marginalized. I think backing Gaurav Gogoi, people thought that he will inherit the legacy of Tarun Gogoi, and he will try to consolidate the Ahomia identity. Those factors are not working at all. And Congress just doesn't have any answer to the politics of Hindutva, of the BJP. So not only Assam, it's everywhere. Bihar, you look at Bihar, you look at Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Congress is completely trailing in competition to the BJP, and the Congress narrative around caste census, reservation, they are not resonating with the people in these parts of the country. So somehow the Congress is completely on a losing slope, and it's hurtling down, and it's a big challenge for the leadership to think something out of the box. And mandal politics is not going to help the Congress. That is my view. Because when you espouse the cause of mandal politics, you're basically trying to copy the original political outfits like Samajwadi Party and Rashtriya Janata Dal, which is not the character of a national political party. And somehow the Congress is losing the support base among the upper castes in northern, central, and eastern parts of the country. And this is a big setback for the Congress. Though the party is winning Kerala, that's a big booster. But Assam loss will hurt the party very much.
Just giving you some of the numbers right now, and this is very interesting. The BJP is now leading in 150 seats in West Bengal. The TMC is leading in 103, which means that if the BJP holds on to these leads, and just explaining to our audience again, leads means these numbers are still being counted. So it's possible that a few of them may go this way or that way. So if the BJP holds on to this, They are comfortably past that halfway mark. They need no one. We understand now that there's a statement that has just come in from Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of the opposition in West Bengal, who is the BJP, who has said the BJP will form the next government in the state. So the BJP is seeing this as a victory. In Assam, of course, that's a second victory. That was a predictable victory for the BJP. In Tamil Nadu, the TVK is now at 97. AIDMK is at 66. So the AIDMK is an alliance with the BJP, which means that again will be a victory for the BJP, because in the very least, they have done better than the DMK. And the AIDMK had been dismissed largely going into this election because it was fragmented. It didn't have any cohesive message to put out. But it does seem like that combination of AIDMK and BJP seems to have done well. And we'll bring you the breakup of those numbers in a minute. But the TVK here looking really sharp. Will Vijay need an alliance, and who that alliance is likely to be? We have Radhika Ramsesanji joining us, very senior journalist, has tracked more elections than any of us can count. Radhika ji, namaskar, thank you for joining us. Such a pleasure to speak to you. So happy to see you also in person. So many upsets, so many victories. What are you seeing from these numbers? What do you find most interesting?
Yeah, so a caveat, I didn't travel anywhere this time, much as I would have liked to go to Bengal or Tamil Nadu. To me, Tamil Nadu has sprung the biggest surprise. I'm not very surprised at Bengal. I was expecting this kind of an outcome in Bengal for various reasons, and it doesn't have to do only with the kind of security apparatuses and the central forces that were mobilized by the EC and obviously the BJP. Now, Tamil Nadu, to begin with, the opposition barely existed. The AIDMK has not really found a leader after Jayalalitha's demise. It is splintered. One of its big leaders, OPS, or Paneer Selvam, he defected to the DMK, and that was seen as a big shot in the arm for the DMK. Elapadi Palaniswamy is bereft of any kind of charisma. He doesn't really inspire that kind of confidence, if I may say so, among the electorate. Now, Vijay was the newbie and untested entity, and there were various reports coming out from Tamil Nadu. I mean, I happen to be from the state, uh, but none of them added up to this kind of a victory for the TVK, for the Vijay. I mean, people spoke about him attracting the younger generation, 18 to 30, but this has transcended all that. It has transcended demography, it has transcended region, because he's picking up seats from everywhere, which is remarkable. Because
Yeah.
traditionally in Tamil Nadu, the DMK had its pockets of strong support, the AIDMK had its pockets of strong support, and then you have small parties like the PMK and the BCK and so on, which also have their pockets of support, caste, region, and so on. But the TVK seems to have crossed all these barriers and emerged as probably the leading force in Tamil Nadu. Now, I'm not going into governance or what kind of governance one can expect from Vijay, but that a debutant has put up this kind of a show is quite spectacular. Maybe in the good old days, I mean, I have no memories.
MGR. Yeah.
They are kind of, stomped on the stage with this kind of a spectacular debut. But MGR was MGR. He mapped his political career very carefully, picking the right kind of roles to appeal to the working class and the poor and so on. Now, in the case of Vijay, I don't see any such careful planning, careful strategy, except for the fact that people were probably disgusted with the DMK for various reasons. Surprising that nobody caught on to the kind of degree of anti-incumbency that existed against the DMK government, and Stalin now. And he perhaps, I mean, it's just a passing thought. perhaps if he had projected his son Udaynidhi, an heir apparent, uh, front and center, he may have put up some kind of a challenge to Vijay, but I think it's gone past all that. It is now clearly a vote for change. People have found an alternative in Vijay. That is interesting. If there was no Vijay, DMK would have won, I think, because AIDMK is not capable of emerging as an alternative, though it's now well past the DMK. And so, if you add up in totality, this is very good news for the BJP. Although Vijay has distanced himself so far from the BJP, I don't know what he's going to say tomorrow or day after or whatever, because he will also need the centre's support to run a government in Tamil Nadu. He's a newbie and he's going to falter. Tamil Nadu is not the easiest of states to govern, and Stalin has done well. I mean, the economy is on a fairly even key. Social indices are fine, and yet people have punished him. I mean, that is really a bit of a surprise. Now, can I come to Bengal now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let me just give the numbers. BJP leading in 153 seats in 140 seats. That number just changed. TMC now 123. So Bengal is swinging, but either ways, the BJP has said that they will form a government. Your reaction, Radhika ji?
BJP has been claiming from day one that they're going to form a government, but it was a claim with some kind of validity. I don't think it was an empty boast. I mean, BJP is quite capable of making these bombastic boasts in the past, but this time they worked very hard, and the work started the day they lost the last assembly election. Now, I mean, I learned from sources in the bureaucracy and the police that they started mapping each and every assembly constituency to study the demography, to study the caste equations. You know, underlying the rhetoric of the mainstream parties in Bengal, like the TMC and earlier the Left Front, caste does play a role. I mean, there's no getting away with it. It may not manifest itself overtly like it does in the Hindi belt, but it is there. The presence is there, the prevalence is there. And BJP, if you remember, had worked on the Matua SC community, the Namdharis, promising them citizenship. I mean, they were fairly recent. They were migrants from West Bengal who did not have Indian citizenship. So they said the CAA amended act was meant to give communities like them citizenship. That didn't happen. You know, BJP didn't pursue its promise, and they were upset. And indeed, a lot of names from the community were deleted in the rolls. So it was widely thought that community might shift its votes lock, stock, and barrel to Mamta. That has clearly not happened. As with the DMK, there's definitely a degree of anti-incumbency against the PMC government, maybe not to the same extent as it is against Stalin, but it is there. But you know what? What intrigued me was when the Left Front was voted out of power in 2011. There came a tipping point, and that was land acquisition, the Shingur and Nandigram being the flashpoints. I mean, there was a huge agitation. It was a people's agitation, and Mamta jumped in and took advantage. I mean, later led the agitation. So that was a strong tipping point. Now, there was nothing of that kind against Mamta, except that there was a lot of hue and cry over the Sandesh Kali incident about the rape of that medical intern, tragically, and death of that medical intern. But was that strong enough to set the whole state on fire? I don't think. You cannot compare it with Nandigram and Shingur, which went against the basic fundamentals of the left front. I mean, the convictions and the ideals that the left believed in. So that has definitely intrigued me. But if you look very closely, the figures kind of suggest that there has been in Hindu consolidation in quite a few places. Because apparently, one of the things which was being heard everywhere was Mamta has gone out of her way to appease Muslims. the BJP flagged this issue even more aggressively this time than in the last time. In the last time also, it had flagged this issue. It was gaining some currency among Hindus, but it didn't really add up to much for the BJP in the last assembly elections. I mean, but this time, I suspect Muslim appeasement did play a role in Mamta's reversal. I mean, if it eventually happens, the fight still seems a little close. I mean,
It
not
is still.
very close. Yeah, it's too early to call the election.
It
But
is too, it is too early. Sorry, I'll just give the audience the numbers. BJP 142, the TMC 118. In Tamil Nadu, TVK is touching distance of 100. So I think Vijay needs about 118 to form government, and he's fairly close. And if he considers the AIADMK as an ally, then they're well past that line. But we don't know if that's the case right now. BJP 92 in Assam, so very comfortable there, and I don't think there's any issue for the BJP in Assam. In Puducherry again, the BJP's alliance, the NDA alliance, leading there. Kerala, the UDF is at 85, the LDF is at 49. Um, Manish Anandji, do you see the BJP forming a government in West Bengal?
Right now, it seems a little neck to neck, not by too narrow a margin, but a bit closer, 139 against 121. So, as we have said earlier, that West Bengal politics has become between two parties only, BJP and the TMC, and they are fighting very closely. So, we'll have to wait for a few more rounds. Because if I remember the Jharkhand Assembly election, not the last year, but previous one, that one was decided by almost 2:30 p.m. And the BJP and the JMM alliance were very neck to neck till 2 o'clock. And afterwards, JMM took a very big decisive lead. So when a state has a kind of bipolar politics and both the parties are very strong on the ground, we have to be a bit patient and look for more rounds because things may change. So not a huge gap. I don't think it's a one-sided mandate. It's a very close call. Just a difference of 19 or 18 seats between the TMC and the BJP. So that's not a huge gap to fill. So we'll have to wait for a few more rounds because we understand that there are close to about 150 seats where demography doesn't favor the BJP. Yet SIR was a big factor, and the vote surge is also a big factor because record voting took place in both the phases in West Bengal. And at the same time, the migrant mobilization in West Bengal elections was also very unprecedented. Just to give you an idea, in Delhi NCR, the hospitality sector, the other food business, street business, all the Bengali people had gone to West Bengal. And so the migrant mobilization, as I was speaking to a few BJP leaders, they were not able to achieve in Bihar election also, the kind of thing that West Bengal has seen. So a lot of factors are there in play in West Bengal. So we'll have to wait for a few more rounds, possibly by 11 o'clock or 11:30, a decisive trend may emerge.
Some of the interesting leads and trails in terms of anti-incumbency. In Kerala, the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is trailing in his own seat. Also, along with him, there are at least 12 other incumbent ministers from his cabinet who are trailing in their seats. In West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee is now leading in her seat in her contest of Bhabanipur. The BJP is trailing in 26 out of 27 assembly constituencies in Tamil Nadu, according to the Election Commission. In Bengal, the BJP is leading in 139 seats. The TMC is 121. The TBK has now crossed 100 seats as per India Today. So it's about 18 away from forming the government. And Stalin and 14 of his cabinet colleagues are trailing in their respective contests as well. So it does seem like anti-incumbency has played a very large role in this election in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, and in West Bengal. Um, Radhika ji, the SIR, which initially seemed to have caused a lot of conversation in West Bengal. People were talking about, maybe valid voters being left off the list. Like Manishji pointed out, people traveled from all over the country back to West Bengal to make sure that they voted. There was a really high turnout. Was that turnout, in your opinion, in response to the SIR, or was it anti-incumbency? Is there anything you're reading into that?
Well, SIR was a very big factor, Faye. You must have seen it in Mumbai, where I'm sure Bengali migrants constitute a big workforce, like in Delhi NCR. And I mean, beg, borrow, whatever, they made it a point to hop onto the train. Some even took a flight to reach and vote because they were scared of losing their citizenship. That to them conjured fears of deportation. I mean, actually, I did hear a couple of them saying that, that we may be
Mm,
deported to Bangladesh, a country with which we have nothing to do. We were
nothing.
born and raised in Bengal. It meant probably losing their ration card. It meant losing their Aadhaar card. I mean, every sort of proof of identity that is in their possession will be gone. That is exactly what they feared. So they rushed and voted. Now, did all of them vote the BJP or the TMC? I mean, that's hard to tell. But anti incumbency has also played a role, maybe a secondary role, I don't know, but definitely played a role because suddenly the conversation veered around Mamta's inability to create jobs. I mean, what is the point of these doles? I mean, they were talking about some of the schemes that she introduced, especially for women, and it was presumed that women would vote lock, stock, and barrel for the TMC. But from, living off dole to economically empowering themselves, the narrative shifted. And people wondered why she couldn't create jobs. Why is there such a high degree of
Mm,
migration from Bengal to other states? I mean, why can't she create jobs in Bengal? Now, Bihar is more or less in the same position. Huge migration posted from there. And of course, people crib about the incumbent government's failure to create jobs, and yet they voted the incumbent in. So, what really changed in Bengal? I think one must pay very careful attention to the BJP's campaign. It's always very effective. They catch on to little aspects which may sort of skip the media's attention or whatever it is, and they sort of latch on to that. Then they conflate it into a huge campaign with the right talking points, and it works on people. That is I would say it is the efficacy of the BJP's campaign that has played a big role, because joblessness was always there. Where was the left front creating jobs? And yet they ruled for decades. And it was not joblessness that toppled the left front government. It was land acquisition. So I would one thing I would say was the BJP's campaign, then that Ghuspetias, insecurity on the porous border. That is not the responsibility of Mamta. It's not her mandate to police the borders. It is the center's mandate under the Home Ministry. And yet nobody talked about the Home Ministry not being able to police the borders. They started blaming Mamta for allowing the Ghuspetias and swelling her vote bank. And then, of course, they also talked about law and order, whereas statistics show that Bengal has one of the best law and order vis-a-vis women. There isn't that kind of gender harassment and stalking and things that you see in other states. In fact, one of the TV anchors even posted on Facebook or X, I don't remember, which went viral about how safe women are in Bengal, and there's no
yeah.
jostling, no roughing up in meetings and things, that she felt safe in Calcutta in a public rally. So, however, the BJP managed to whip up the fear that law and order is bad, women are not safe, based on that one incident in Kali. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I would say, Faye, that it is an accumulation of fear, intimidation, very important. It's possible that many may have voted the BJP just out of fear. I mean, I'm just guessing, I have no hard evidence. But there was definitely intimidation, harassment. I mean, now you hear that polling agents of TMC were not being allowed inside the counting centers or inside the booth when voting was on. There were complaints of that kind. So it was the sort of foolproof security plus the campaign, plus a degree of anti-incumbency. However, I would not play up in anti-incumbency as being the main catalyst, which kind of gave this kind of an outcome for the BJP, or likely to give this kind of an outcome. I mean, it's still early to call Bengal. But that is a thing. And the other point I want to make is BJP went without a CM face. Bengal elections have always been fought under a leader. Jyoti Basu, Buddhadev, then, of course, Mamta, larger than life. I mean, her presence just kind of overwhelmed the political landscape. BJP did not declare the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, as the chief ministerial candidate because there was opposition from the old guard, Dilip Ghosh and Rahul Sinha and a whole lot of others. So it didn't want to upset the apple cart from within. So they didn't declare. Yet the BJP is ahead of the Trinamool despite not having a CM candidate. This was, in fact, being cited as a reason by
Yeah.
some of the visiting journalists as probably a reason why the BJP may not be able to defeat Mamta conclusively. But clearly, that has not happened. This election has turned that myth on its head completely. And then, of course, BJP was strong in parts of North Bengal, but it's done very well in the presidency in Kolkata, which was always a Trinamool stronghold. I mean, the Bhadralok and then the working class, the middle class, and so on. It was generally thought of as the Hindi speaking migrants were thought of as the only safe vote bank for the BJP in the presidency. But that has not happened. It has transcended the barrier and it has appealed to the Bhadralok and other sections. And the reason being that Mamta has continued with the army of rent seekers. I mean, what is known, a phrase which is used is institutionalized thuggery at the grassroots. She's continued with that continued that legacy of the left front. I don't think she's been able to change the system as such because she thought the system is profitable, to have an army of muscle men who are able to intimidate people. I mean, nothing like it. Now that has really got to the middle class. I mean, they couldn't really digest it beyond a point. And in fact, a former colleague of mine who's now in Calcutta, he pointed out that did you see a single protest against the SIR in Kolkata? He said, I did not see. It just shows that there is a lot of resentment among the upper middle class and the middle class against Mamta. Otherwise, they would have been on the streets. Last time he said there was a much stronger movement to resist the BJP in the presidency than now. You don't see that kind of thing, and maybe there are protests in the rural areas, but in the cities,
Yeah.
no. And, in fact, as a
So,
matter of BJP has done quite well in the presidency.
So let's just go over those numbers. It's a huge day of celebration, in my opinion, for the BJP. It's a massive, massive win because West Bengal now leading in 137 seats. Even if we see a swing this way or that way, and I do see that it's fairly close, it's still a huge accomplishment of the BJP. Assam is for the BJP anyway. That's very clear. The BJP leading in 93 seats in Assam. In Puducherry, the BJP's alliance is going to form a government. So that's 3 out of 5 for the BJP. In the other two, in Tamil Nadu, Vijay now leading in 103 seats. He needs 118 to form the government. So he's fairly close. And in Kerala, the UDF, which is the Congress's alliance. So Congress really, I mean, let's call it as it is, their footprint is shrinking drastically. They're not able to make a dent anywhere other than in Kerala. Manish Anand, where does this leave Congress on the national stage?
As I said earlier, the Congress has to do some brainstorming. The
यार उनके
narrative that
यार उनके
Congress.
इंट्रोस्पेक्शन और ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करते करते 15 साल हो गए.
Exactly.
So, except for the South India, the Congress is struggling everywhere, and that's a sad reality for the party. And the leadership is somehow not understanding. So there are some complaints already that Rahul Gandhi is surrounded by a coterie, which is not into electoral politics. They are basically a kind of a think tank, and they are still carrying those agenda which they were carrying in Manmohan Singh government about environment and all those things, which doesn't resonate now. So Rahul Gandhi being surrounded by that coterie is a big discussion point within the party also, and an alternative leadership is also not coming up, and the regional satraps that the Congress
Yeah.
used to have in the past is also losing their strength. If you look at Haryana, in every in Gujarat, in the recent local body elections in Gujarat, which came, the result came only a week back, the Congress was decimated, completely lost. So where is Congress going, and where is the soul searching? There is no, I don't see any serious attempt to really see what kind of narrative they are having. In Bihar, they went with the Bihar Yatra. Rahul Gandhi embarked on vote chori, but as Radhika ji was saying, there was no protest on SIR in Bihar among the people. Still, Rahul Gandhi went for that yatra, and you see the result. The Congress came into single digit, and even those three, four MLAs that the Congress won in Bihar, they are in touch with the JDU and the BJP. So the Congress is completely losing the turf in the areas where they used to be strong in the past during the days of Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi. And without winning these states, you can never come to power in Delhi. So in that way, you are giving the BJP a power in New Delhi on a platter, unchallenged. So that kind of a revision in the Congress leadership is not happening. So if you are going with the narrative of Jairam Ramesh, then you will resonate only in South India, not in East, not in the North, not in the Western India, where the politics of Hindutva is
Right.
dominating. As I
So,
said,
forgive me. Let me
yeah.
let me just bring in Aarti Gerard joins us right now. Very senior journalist. Aarti ji, good morning. Good, is it afternoon now? Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. The east of India is going to look very different after this, between Assam and West Bengal. Now looking like it's going the BJP way. The numbers are close, but even with these numbers, the BJP has has registered a massive victory. Puducherry is for the BJP and its alliance. Vijay in Tamil Nadu, very close to forming a government, and the UDF in Kerala. What is your reaction to the numbers we're looking at, Alpinji? Atiji, you're on mute. You'll have to unmute your
Faye, good morning. Thank you for having
morning.
me. On West Bengal, I would hold my horses because what we're seeing now is largely postal ballot results, which have gone in favor of the BJP. I think the EVM, rounds have just started. Maybe one or two rounds are over. If you look at the various channels, there are sort of widely ranging numbers. Some are showing the TMC in the lead. Some are showing the BJP with a whopping, margin. So I think we need to wait. We've gone wrong in the past. I remember Bihar when the Mahagathbandhan was, winning the election. In the beginning, it looked like the BJP was going to sweep. This was in 2015, and then it turned out it was all postal ballots, really. So I will hold my horses on Bengal. But I'll say this about
Probably some network issue. What Aarti was telling, yeah, she's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. I mean, if indeed Vijay is going to, win with the kind of leads that we're seeing from Tamil Nadu, it's just really perhaps the end of Dravidian politics and this, regional driven, politics that we're seeing, which would hold true in Bengal too if Mamta loses. We're seeing a kind of flattening of the political and social landscape, which fits into the BJP's, vision, of what they want as a, Hindu India, and Modi's vision of development, which is basically, shiny highways and towering malls and big business and so on. And, people seem to be buying into that vision. Vijay's campaign was essentially aimed at the youth, and he was talking the kind of language that is music to the BJP's ears. So you can see maybe there's a big change happening in Tamil Nadu, and that I think Radhika can enlighten that on us much more. As far as Kerala is concerned, I think very expected results. It is a shot in the arm for the Congress, obviously, that they're gaining a state. But I think what the Congress should really worry about is the fact that the BJP seems to be making inroads, and if the left gets decimated in the sense that it loses very badly, it looks like curtains for the left maybe in India, because once they lost Tripura and they lost West Bengal, the left has simply not been able to recover, and has that actually opens up space for the BJP in the future. So, I think the Congress has got this little reprieve by, gaining a state. But I think the future should be worrying the Congress, particularly since it doesn't seem to be able to match the BJP election machinery anywhere. It falls so easily to the BJP. So if the decimation of the left in Kerala opens up space for the BJP to grow, we may see another state going the saffron way. So, what you're looking at is actually a reshaping of national politics, where, there is a new kind of politics that is taking place, which, fits and dovetails into the kind of politics that the BJP likes to, do. And, but, again, let me add this also. I think, long after the results come in, and when we start doing more detailed analysis of the votes, the constituencies, and so on, we need to analyze how much impact SIR has had on reshaping this electoral landscape, in favor of the BJP. This is a debate that is going to go on. And the losing, opposition parties, since they still have some strength in parliament, I mean, this is something that they need to think about and get facts and figures and build a campaign, because otherwise this SIR model is going to be tried out in other states also to great success. So I think we're in for very, very a different kind of politics now in India.
We have Sharad Pradhan joining us as well. Mr. Pradhan, good morning.
Yeah,
very interesting things that Radhika ji and Aarti ji are saying. The end of regional politics, or at least the beginning of the end of regional politics, because that's what we've seen so far, at least in places like Bengal, most of the South, regional parties who speak the language, who understand the people, have held these bastions very strongly between them, not allowing the national sort of parties to make inroads. But we're seeing that change in West Bengal. We're seeing it change, not entirely in the south at least, but with the with the entry of Vijay, the BJP's politics of religion, infiltration, double engine government, which promises better development, is that what is leading to the end of regional parties, in your opinion?
Well, while I would agree with Radhika and Aarti, what the matter of concern here is, it is not the BJP model of development that is attracting people. Unfortunately, it is the Hindutva which is vitiating the atmosphere of the country. And I feel that we should also be concerned about the fact that the rise of BJP marks a big dent in the democratic values of the country, and which is a serious issue. But that's how it is. And BJP would go to would is no, doesn't care about democratic values. The way SIR has been used, the way SIR has been carried out, is itself should be a matter of concern for open-minded people in this country. And we really need to, it is not a victory of Modi's development model. It is a victory of Modi's fascist model. And sadly, I would say I find a lot of educated people falling in the trap, the kind of andhbhakti that is going on, blind following. It should be a matter of concern for all those people who believe in democracy. And what has happened is certainly not any simple transition. It is capturing apart from capturing of minds of the people, it is the completely manipulated, compromised election. Because, and why you would say that, why didn't it happen in Kerala? Simple. Bengal was the place where BJP had opened all its they had made up their mind to get into entry into BJP by whatever means. Can you imagine the home minister of the country is camping in a state and only conducting election to ensure the victory? The chief election commissioner is completely sold to BJP. So it is, I won't call it a fair game at all. And that is what my concern is. And all these talks about BJP doing this, bringing development and influencing people, no, that's not the case. We should be concerned about the way people's minds have been captured by fascist ideas, by communalism, which is a very serious thing.
There's an interesting visual that is coming in from the New Indian Express on their Twitter handle. The DMK office in Chennai had put up all of these tents and pandals for a celebration that is now being dismantled. So this is obviously becoming a massive surprise for the DMK themselves. They did not expect to see this sort of a hammering, because now let's look at those numbers. The DMK is at 47, barely 50 leads, and the TVK has comfortably crossed 100. So it's currently 102 or 103. AIADMK at 77. Not common for Tamil Nadu to show a strong, assembly. Tamil Nadu normally decides decisively one way or the other. Radhika ji,
Yeah,
is this
absolutely.
yeah.
It clearly shows the change.
Tamil Nadu used to oscillate between the two Dravidian parties. Either it was AIDMK or DMK. I think once Jayalalitha returned to power, because the DMK had not quite got its act together. There was Stalin's brother sniping at his heels and so on. There were problems within the family. That, of course, however, was sorted out. Yeah, Sharad made a very valid point about Hindutva, the role of Hindutva. I think it played a big role in Bengal. Now, coming to Tamil Nadu, did it play a role in Tamil Nadu? So far, Tamil Nadu has remained politically distant from Hindutva. People make a different segregation in their minds between religion and politics. They have now, by the way, Tamil Nadu is probably the most religious state in the country. Every half kilometer, 1 kilometer, you find a temple. And the bells keep clanging almost all through the day, and puja. And every home, even a one-room tenement, will have a puja space. But when you talk about elections, BJP, Ram Mandir, no way. Ram is not even worshipped in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, very true.
However,
Very true.
the AIDMK has now allowed a passage to the BJP in Tamil Nadu in case the AIDMK forms a government with Vijay. It is the BJP that is going to use the opportunity to the fullest advantage, because Tamil Nadu is probably the last frontier that they will have to cross. And that, I think, now DMK doesn't have the capacity to fight the BJP any longer. Stalin I mean, it's going to take a long time for him to put his party back in action,
Mm.
and so on. I don't. And Vijay is interesting. Vijay spoke out against the BJP in the beginning. Then there were raids in his office and home,
Right.
and after that he sounded a little muted. I mean, he hasn't quite committed himself to BJP, but he's not spewing fire like he did in the beginning against the BJP. So if this coalition does get formed, Vijay and AIDMK, with a place for the BJP, then it marks the entry of the BJP into Tamil Nadu. BJP did have an alliance with, I mean, DMK was part of the NDA, so was Jayalalitha in the past. But both of them somehow stubbornly managed to stay off the BJP, except in parts of southern Tamil Nadu, which border Kerala, where the RSS is strong in those parts of Kerala, so there was some influence on Tamil Nadu as well. But by and large, Tamil Nadu has remained quite free of the BJP. Now we will have to see how that pans out. That is why I'm looking very closely at the Tamil Nadu results. It doesn't really bode well for a federal polity. It doesn't bode well for a secular polity, and the DMK. I mean, DMK is going to take the back seat for a very long time to come. And you're talking about regionalism. Definitely, of course. I mean, I still can't give you a description of the TVK. Is it a federal party? What is it? It ran entirely on the aura of Vijay, young people,
Yes.
and so on. So, how is it going to shape? With MGR, one had a very good idea what his politics was even before he entered politics. Old timers like my grandmother and so on, they tell me that they had a very good idea of what MGR was getting at by just watching his film. Vijay has not played that kind of role of a revolutionary, a rebel, a friend of the poor, or anything. At least I have not come across any such description of Vijay. So we will have to see how he shapes out Tamil Nadu now. That is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the point
One of our guests this morning was saying that the last call to elections Vijay gave was to children to tell their parents, to pester their parents to vote for him. He has a large fan following among children as well. Just some pieces of information coming in. Apparently, both Chief Minister Stalin and Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin are trailing in their respective seats as the TVK crosses that 100 mark. TVK spokesperson Felix Gerald has expressed confidence that the party will form the government in Tamil Nadu with an absolute majority. So TVK, I mean, you must grant here the Axis My India exit poll had actually predicted it correctly. TVK looks like it is actually forming a government, and it's not since NGR that we've had, a first time actor turned politician do so well in a while.
That speaks of Tamil Nadu's historical background. Actors have always attracted a lot of attention from the electorate. And in this case, this man, Vijay, is known as the Shah Rukh Khan of Tamil Nadu. So in fact, people were not ready to accept. In the beginning, when this was being talked about, I was on 2-3 discussions, and I felt that he could spring a big surprise. You see this thing happening in Nepal. A similar young man, straight first time into politics, and he's ruling Nepal. So I think that this is a positive change. This is a positive change but unfortunately, this could happen in Tamil Nadu, but unfortunately, the north and now I would say east also is not what it was.
Yeah.
Simply because people are ready to turn their minds off and close their eyes to what BJP is bringing to this country. And
I just want to, point out again from the information that's coming in. Apparently, Banipur, where Mamata Banerjee going up against Vindu Adhikari, that's been a close seat all day, and now Vindu Adhikari has taken a lead again, and Mamata Banerjee is apparently trailing by 2,000 votes in Banipur.
And what round is it? How many rounds have they already done?
Let me just check. I don't have that number. We'll just
Okay,
check
never
how
mind.
many
Never
rounds of
mind. But
counting.
this is again this could be a bad trend again.
Also,
Yeah.
Assam Congress President Gaurav Gogoi is trailing, in his seat as well in the Jorhat Assembly constituency. Apparently, 2 rounds of counting done in Bhawanipur, Sharad Pawar. 2 rounds so
Okay.
far done.
Mhm.
I should also acknowledge my news editor, Venkat Raman, who also predicted that TVK would form the government, and I didn't believe
Yes,
him when he
he
told
did.
me.
He
Yeah, yeah,
was.
I believe that that's again a first time a pollster. Pradeep
Well,
Gupta predicted, and Pradeep
he's
Gupta
actually a
explained.
journalist, and I
He's a
remember
journalist. He's not a pollster.
When Radhika first sent me that message, both of us were
Yeah.
absolutely astounded because we couldn't believe that TVK.
Yeah, I know it helps to travel actually, then had we traveled, we would have got an idea about his the kind of the gravitational pull that he has attracted. You were talking about film
Yeah.
stars.
Although
Now, we didn't have to struggle like Jayalalitha did.
Yeah,
Remember Jayalalitha's formal entry into politics, electoral politics, was preceded by some very bad moments. The DMK gave her a very hard time in the assembly, and she had to fight every inch to prove herself. And once she formed a government, I mean, it was easier for Jayalalitha. But in the case of Vijay, there was no such problem. I mean, he's
Yeah.
accepting, debutant. I mean, and he didn't even put up any kind of movement like Balendra Shah in Nepal did. I mean, he just
yeah,
stepped in and he sailed his way through. So obviously, I mean, the DMK has stopped clicking with the young generation. And
yeah,
maybe the Parivar Vaad is also a factor, the dynasty factor, because
Yeah.
Udaynidhi is being promoted, and Udaynidhi in turn is already grooming his son Inban. You know,
my
so the lineup is very clear.
lineup is.
Let me just bring in Aarti Jarat. Aarti ji, go ahead.
what I want to say, while I agree about the Islamophobia, the anti-Muslim sentiment, that the polarization that the BJP is so good at, and I think that was really the edge of their campaign, say in a place like Bengal. But I think it should also factor in that it's not just Islamophobia and anti-Muslim sentiment. Okay, I think there is also a kind of oneness that is sweeping.
You seem to have some issue with Aarti ji's
Bollywood
connection.
films, kind of
Yeah.
sameness that we are seeing. I know. Shall I log in again? So
Yes,
I think
please.
that there is a kind of sameness
I
that is
think.
creeping in India.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah,
May
it's
help.
going in
Yeah,
and
I
out,
think there
Aarti
is a
ji.
kind of,
I just want to bring in. Yeah, I just have my producer
Sure, okay,
Ira
shall I
ready
log in
to log in
again?
again. Yeah. In the meantime, Manish Anand has been sitting very quietly. Sorry, Manish. Manish ji,
No problem.
for me, the big, strokes that I'm seeing across all of these states is anti-incumbency. Whether it is in West Bengal, other than Assam, everywhere else, there seems to be very sharp anti-incumbency. That and
Very,
the fact that
yeah,
the
you're right.
change.
Very
Yes.
sharp anti-incumbency after a string of pro-incumbency mandates in Maharashtra, Haryana, in Jharkhand, and Bihar. There were pro-incumbency votes, and after that we see anti-incumbency votes. Very strong anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu because DMK was up for a third mandate. Mamata Banerjee had completed 3 terms. So, since I think in 2011, when she came to power with the promises of Ma Mati Manush, the Bhadra Lok lost faith in her within a couple of years because she was doing politics of left only and she was mirroring the left ecosystem. So the Bhadra Lok lost interest in Mamata Banerjee, but somehow there was no alternative because of which she continued winning elections by mirroring and replicating the left model in West Bengal. Now that the SIR was carried out by the Election Commission and Gyanesh Kumar did a lot of bureaucratic micromanagement. All the pro-Mamta Banerjee bureaucrats were shunted out, and so many paramilitary forces were sent to West Bengal. So, whatever the left model was there in electoral politics was taken care of by the election commission. That the BJP gained because of that. That is a debatable aspect whether the election commission played a big hand in the BJP victory or is going to play a big hand in the BJP victory. That we have to see. But Bengal people wanted an alternative for a long time. Industries were not coming. Even when Buddhadev Bhattacharya lost elections, you remember in his last 1 year, he was going abroad to attract investments. So even he was aware that we have to address the issue of unemployment, industrialization, and all these things. Even Mamata Banerjee tried going to UK, and she also tried to bring investments, but somehow she was not able to win the trust of the private capital, and people continued migrating out of West Bengal. That has been a story of West Bengal, but at the same time, the Hindutva narrative also resonated in West Bengal. That is a fact because the politics of polarization is sweeping through the length and the breadth of India from western parts to the eastern parts. So the BJP is making a windfall gains out of the politics of polarization. The sub-regional identities are getting overwhelmed by the politics of Hindutva. That's a fact. If Gaurav Gogoi is trailing, then that's a very big message that the politics of Hindutva is overwhelming the local identities which defined politics in the past. So that's a huge message. And in Bhawanipur, where Mamata Banerjee is trailing, I think she took a very big risk because the demographic profile of Bhawanipur is very mixed. A lot of non-Hindu people, non-Bengali people are, there in Bhawanipur, and almost 21% votes were cut in the SIR in Bhawanipur. So she took a very major risk by contesting from there against Suvendu Adhikari. And Adhikari family, they are big street fighters. His father was a very big fighter from Jungle Mahal area. And this whole Adhikari family, they are well entrenched, big street fighter and big politically entrenched. So somehow the BJP found a counterfoil to Mamata Banerjee brand of politics in Suvendu Adhikari. And in the 2021 election and 2024 election, the message that the BJP got that the party was ridden with factionalism was taken care by Amit Shah as he held a series of meetings at his residence where he took care of faction fighting in the party, giving the message that ticket distribution will be done by the central BJP. It will not be influenced by Suvendu Adhikari. And even after the election, Amit Shah will be taking very micro care of the affairs of West Bengal. So not Suvendu Adhikari will have one upmanship in West Bengal BJP affairs. So somehow Amit Shah took care of the things which were against BJP in 2021 and 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So you have to give credit to Amit Shah. The brand of election management that he does is giving the BJP big victory from Bihar to West Bengal to Assam. He is winning big, and you have to find an Amit Shah in the opposition if you want to come back.
So find an Amit Shah in the opposition.
It will not be possible because only when you are sitting in power you can manipulate.
It is very interesting though. Shikha Mukherjee was here before you all joined. She told me that when the last assembly election was over, the BJP started working then 5 years ago for this assembly election, breaking down every constituency, understanding the caste breakup, understanding how people feel about issues, putting boots on the ground to actually figure out each constituency. So it is undeniable that what the BJP does really well is win elections. Sarkar, you could argue Samjan Dandabed will take all routes in order to win, but it really does win elections. What I do want, because this is a brilliant combination of voices right now on this panel, I want to understand how you see the BJP now on the national stage, because they already have the Hindi speaking central and north. They have, the Gujarat and Maharashtra in the west. They now the east, Odisha, West Bengal, Assam. It's really the south that's the only bastion that is left. So what sort of strength does this give the BJP on that national stage, both in Parliament and in Rajya Sabha, and of course, just the sheer power of that narrative of we bring double engine sarkar to all of these states, and it makes most sense to have the BJP both in the center and the state. Is that really the narrative that is being pushed forward? Radhika ji, do you want to go first?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Double engine Sarkar, for instance, didn't work in Jharkhand in the last assembly elections. So let's just bust this myth of double engine Sarkar. In Delhi, in fact, they have a triple engine Sarkar. But look, I mean, I'm just looking at the state of the civic infrastructure in Delhi. There is really no civic infrastructure. At least when the AAP was in power, there was some effort to clean up the garbage and so on. There is nothing. It's almost as if there is total paralysis on that front in Delhi. But somehow the slogan works. I mean, you talked about at length about anti-incumbency and incumbency fail. My
Hmm.
question is, why doesn't anti-incumbency work in the BJP ruled states? Why is the opposition
Right.
always having to bear the
Very
brunt of
pertinent point.
incumbency? I mean, Madhya Pradesh, you won an epic victory after 3 terms in office. Okay, Rajasthan, there was a Congress government and so on. But if in Bihar, it seems to be interminable, the NDA government, never going out of power. I mean, what is it? So there are other factors at work as well. I mean, it's not just a double engine Sarkar slogan or whatever. Okay, Modi's charisma does work. I mean, that's what I heard from people who went to Bengal. I mean, they are talking about Modi. Let Bengal also have a taste of. I mean, have an experience with of a Modi Sarkar. Why should other states only have kind of a Modi and Sarkar? Not knowing that it's not Modi who's going to be leading the government, obviously. We don't even know who the CM candidate is going to be. Whatever it is, Bengal is going to be run from Delhi. It's not going to be run from Bengal. So let the people have a taste of the BJP. Good luck to them. To your question on how the map looks, I mean, even in the south, uh, I think they're going to focus on Tamil Nadu in a big way, and they will try to prove something in the Lok Sabha elections. Karnataka, your state, Faye, they are entrenched. I mean, the next government will probably be headed by BJP. I don't know. Kerala again, they seem to have got some kind of an opening, and then you have Puducherry, they are in power with the regional party. So Telangana and Andhra. Okay, Telangana, they're growing, by the way. Andhra is where they're not able to make any headway because Chandrababu Naidu is in power and he probably will not give them the kind of space that they are looking for. They don't have a leadership in Andhra.
Yeah.
I mean, the party is in disarray in Andhra. So the South, I wouldn't say that it's no go for the BJP, but it still remains a bit iffy for the BJP.
Right.
Because you cited the West, the North, the East. I mean, the East is completely with the BJP now. Even in the northeastern states where they may not be directly in power, they have alliances with
Hmm.
all the regional parties. So, what does this bode for the country? I think it bodes the arrival of a proper Unitarian model, which the RSS has always advocated. RSS was never in favor of a federalism, of giving the states the kind of space that they would ideally require to, assert their identity and help people realize their identity and so on. I mean, Bengal willingly surrendered. I mean, people were writing tomes about Bengal identity. Bengalis will never allow their identity to be submerged under Hindutva, but nothing of that kind. I mean, they quite willingly voted BJP.
That's right.
So these are aspects which need serious thought. Yeah.
Arthiji, the national stage right now with the BJP in the position of strength that it is in West Bengal, BJP leading in 151 seats, the TMC in 128. It's still early though. Your response on what this means nationally?
Well, I mean, if we're going by the trend so far, and as I said, I would like to repeat again that let's be a little careful about Bengal. The 293 seats at stake here, and and it's a large state and a lot of population. So I will go a little slow on Bengal, but if we go by these trends, what are we seeing today? We're seeing two major pillars of the opposition just vanishing. Mamata Banerjee and Stalin, who have been the biggest voices speaking out about federalism, about regional identities, about I mean, not so much about secularism because somehow secularism has become a dirty word, but who have been opposing the BJP tooth and nail. Now, if both of them get weakened because they lose their stakes, what's to stop the BJP from making a run on their party in Parliament? The way they have completely, taken over AAP in the Rajya Sabha, for instance, after the AAP lost Delhi. What is to stop them from doing that, in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha with the TMC and the DMK, which would then give the BJP a massive majority in the Lok Sabha. So, you're seeing almost like a one-party rule. And, the only other party that seems to be standing a little bit is the Congress because it's got Kerala. But the Congress is no match and no opposition to the BJP at all. So, it is really, completely, I think what we're seeing is a shift away from federalism and a move towards a one-party rule. Something like the Congress used to be once upon a time, way back 50 years ago, before all these other smaller parties started rising and regional, sort of tendencies started appearing. I don't think this is necessarily a full stop in Indian politics, because things do change and there are cycles that we see. And I don't think the one party rule is going to last forever. But yes, in the near future, it looks like it's going to be a one party rule. Shall I continue talking? Because
Yes.
seems to
Yeah,
have
please.
disappeared.
Phase back.
I'm
Phase
back.
back.
Sorry. I also want to introduce two more guests. Saugata Mukhopadhyay is here, and so is Asif Kamal, both from PTI. Thank you both for joining us. Saugataji, you're obviously looking at the numbers from West Bengal very closely. And interesting, are you willing to call it an upset just yet? Do you think, like Artiji said, we should wait a little while? What is your response so far?
Well, I tend to agree to that suggestion. I think so far what we are having from Bengal, although the trends clearly show that the BJP has, at this point in time, has a significant edge. But I would say that since only 2 to 3 rounds of countings, and in some odd seats, 4 rounds of countings have happened, it would be prudent to wait for a little while, a little more while, and figure out which way things are going. Clearly, because the rounds of counting that are slated for more seats average about 20, and that's why 2 to 3 rounds, at best 4, would be a little early in the day.
Yeah.
But yes, the trends are very, very clear at this point in time, at least, that the BJP has a significant edge, which is enough to send shockwaves across Mamata Banerjee supporters.
Asif Kamal, what are you seeing right now in the numbers that you find interesting?
I think there are two, obviously, the stunning talking points that everyone's been raising, West Bengal and what's happening in Tamil Nadu. But interestingly, there's another important development that is going under the radar right now, is that in Kerala, while the Congress is doing exceedingly well, the UDF is said to come to power. I think, if I'm not wrong, this would be the first time since 1957 that there would be no left government in the country after this. I think it was and ironically, in 1957, the left came to power for the first time. It was in the state of Kerala. So its entry into power politics in India was through Kerala, and what seems like, looking at the numbers, its exit from power politics in India would also be from Kerala. So that's an interesting point, that the in terms of our national politics, left being completely out of power. That's point number one. Also, TVK getting such a huge response in its debut poll is also sensational. The last time, probably if I can remember, it was the Aam Aadmi Party that they did well in their debut, but they did not form the government in their poll debut. I think probably, say, if I'm not wrong, AGP and TDP probably were the two parties that have gone on to form governments in their poll debut. So that would be sensational if the trends hold on. As far as Bengal is concerned, well, cricket season is on, and I think I see it as a sort of we have entered the playoffs for the 2029 polls, and obviously the UP elections would be the semi-final. But certainly in the playoffs, the BJP seems to have the upper hand, and the opposition has its task cut out. They have to get back a narrative. Remember that these elections were happening in the backdrop of the West Asia crisis. Now, international issues may not be playing out locally in the polls, but there was an impact. There was a shortage of cylinders. There were other issues. There was price rise. But now, obviously, you can't discount the SIR and what has everyone's been raising concerns about that. But in the backdrop of these issues, if the BJP manages to get hold of Bengal, it will certainly be a jolt to the opposition narrative. Lastly, I would like to make the point that yes, Congress has won Kerala, and it seems that looking at the numbers, it should do so handsomely. But there's also a downside to the Congress performance. They've been decimated in Assam. And it has been, the trend that whenever the Congress is directly, taking on BJP, it has been found wanting. So that trend continues. Congress also, if it has to make a comeback at the national level, has to find its mojo and, take on the BJP when there's a direct contest. So that it has failed till now, and then with Assam that continues. It seems like a comprehensive victory there for the BJP. But let's see for Bengal. I would again say that we must hold on, because still 2-3 rounds have been done, and the gap is not much. What I see on the screen, it's like 152 to 127. So that still could change. So we must wait and watch.
Well, speaking of the West Asia crisis, there has been buzz of a possible fuel price hike of petrol and diesel immediately after these elections are wrapped up. So we'll have to wait and see what comes from there. But in information that's coming in, Mamata Banerjee has regained the lead over BJP Subhendu Adhikari in the third round of counting in Bhawanipur. So only 3 rounds down so far. It's a lead of 890 votes. So it's a wafer thin lead, and it's a really close contest in that particular. So in the rest of it, the BJP leading in 152 in West Bengal, and the TMC in 120, in 127. Aarti ji, all of these states together will also change numbers over time in Rajya Sabha, where the BJP is particularly interested. What will this mean in Parliament?
No, that's what I'm saying, that you see, of course, it will change numbers in the Rajya Sabha over a period of time, because if the BJP actually captures, Bengal in a big way, then you're going to see the exit of all those TMC MPs from the Rajya Sabha. But the BJP is already well placed in the Rajya Sabha, especially after these 7 AAP MPs who crossed over. The BJP more or less has a majority, and with its allies, it has a definite majority. So I don't think Rajya Sabha is the worry. I think really what we need to see is what will happen post elections to parties like TMC and DMK if they lose states, because these are one man or one woman parties. In the case of the DMK, one family; in the case of the TMC, one woman. And I think they are fragile parties. Without power, it's difficult for them to survive. So what I am really scared of is what will be the impact on the Lok Sabha MPs. Will the BJP be able to make a break in these parties in the Lok Sabha? And if they do that, then, as I said, then we're looking at a single party rule, of something that we have not seen since the 60s, or since actually, 1984, when Rajiv Gandhi won on that massive wave post Indira Gandhi's assassination. And that is what is really scary. That, India, it's a diverse country. There are so many layers, so many complexities, so many ethnicities, so many regional identities. They all seem to be they are slowly being flattened. This is the sad thing, that that richness of the Indian social tapestry is being flattened by the politics. And what does it mean for us as a country? Are we all going to? Is it going to be like we all want McDonald's, and we all want KFCs, and we all want highways, and we all want sort of big, these big malls, and big ports, and big airports, and so on? Is this what the dream is? Does Durandar, the success of Durandar, does that represent the new Indian dream? And that, for me, is really what marks, if these trends continue. That for me is what marks this election. That we're seeing a seismic shift, not just in politics, but in the social and cultural landscape of this country as well. And that is, I think, this what we've always prided ourselves on, unity in diversity, that is vanishing.
Sharad Pradhan, do you agree? And also, would it be fair to argue that from within the BJP, they have their local leaders, so it's not necessarily turning us into a homogeneous state?
No, well, BJP, BJP has so far, what it has demonstrated, their leaders are picked up by the two men who rule the party and who rule the country, Amit Shah and Modi. So they're people, innocuous people with no political level. You have seen it happening in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh. And because they want stooges, they want people who can be controlled with a remote in Delhi. So for all you know, you are not going to. They don't like leaders. They like only followers. That is the tragedy, and which is why what Aarti said just now. It is the end of. It is going to be the end of federalism if this is what is going to happen in the country, and which is what the RSS design has always been. Their ideology has no room for dissent. It has no room for anybody else other than those who strictly just follow the leader. So we are building a new India, an India which loses the very ethos of the Indian social milieu, the Indian culture, which is if this is the way it goes. It's sad. It may be too late by the time people realize what they have done. But for the time being, yes, it's a grand success for the BJP by whatever means, if they win, because their goal is only to they remain poll mode all the time, 24/7. And their objective is not to run the country. Their objective is to win elections. And by whatever means, by vitiating the atmosphere, by dividing the society, and they have succeeded in that. I mean, hats off to Modi for succeeding in dividing this country on ethnic, and the worst is communalism. Fueling communalism and people getting influenced by it should be a matter of concern. It looks very good, and they are not the people who I don't believe that they really believe in Hinduism.
Okay.
Their Hindutva is not the same thing as Hinduism, unfortunately. And so their goal is only to use religion to win elections. Nothing beyond that.
So normally after Sharad Pradhan gives us his opinion,
and cultivate people like Adani and cultivate people, industrialists who are there.
Right. So normally after Sharad Pradhan gives us his opinion, I follow it up with the opinion shared by the guests on this show are their own, and we don't, they share their own opinion. We don't tell them what to say.
Fair enough.
So we'll cover there. I do want to ask you this. You said this is an extraordinary election, not just in West Bengal, not just from the point of the left or the Congress, but also in the turnout in the numbers that we saw. It was almost 100% turnout. It was above 90% turnout in West Bengal. Is this because of the SIR? Do you see this in response to the high security? Because there's not really been as much violence in West Bengal this time as we're used to hearing or reading about or writing about.
May I just add one thing? We should not forget that in Bengal, the country's population keeps rising. But in Bengal, in all, more than 90 lakh voters have come, and the numbers have come down by 90 lakhs. Don't tell me that there were such fake voters. And BJP's campaign on Ghuspatias, it begins with the election, ends with the elections. Have you ever asked them how many Ghuspatias were they able to find at the end of the election? If Ghuspatias move to another state where the next election is going to be held. For all you know, next time you'll find them in Punjab after they have completed their machinations there.
Okay. Let me just bring in Saugata.
Sorry.
Saugata ji, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry to have interrupted.
Saugata Mukhopadhyay, can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Please.
Yes.
You wanted me to respond to that question?
Yes, that question was
correct. Yes, it definitely was an extraordinary election, extraordinary in many senses. I, for one, who's been covering elections in Bengal, both Lok Sabha as well as the assembly polls for the last 25 years or so, I haven't seen an election like this. And many in my profession, in our profession, they share this view that it has been a remarkable election in more ways than one. First up, of course, yes, you were talking about the high voter turnout of over 92%, which is a record, by any standards. Two reasons. One, of course, is you're right. The SIR has, shrunk the voter base. So the number of voter turnout will obviously increase in terms of percentage, but also, the fact remains that compared to, say, the last 2021 elections, we have Bengal has registered an additional vote in real numbers, and that number is not a mean number. Some additional 30 lakh voters have voted this time. And there could be multiple explanations as to why people actually turned out in such huge numbers. One, of course, is the SIR experience has created some amount of panic amongst the electorate over here. People wanted to know that whether they obviously didn't want to take any risk in terms of voting. They wanted to go there, cast their vote, and be sure that their names are not deleted. There was this apprehension that I got from many people that if I don't turn up and if I don't vote, then who's going to assure me that my name is not going to get deleted? So all kinds of apprehensions over there. I had, the election commission here this time around also took some additional initiatives, especially in the urban areas. In Kolkata, the voter turnout was around 87%, and up by another 15 to 20% almost. And why was that? And besides the factors that I already mentioned, I'll just tell you that there was this time, the first time, polling stations were set up inside gated communities and condominiums, where voters who are normally not coming out to vote in urban areas were encouraged to vote, because the polling station was built right inside their housing complex, and people found it very convenient. They were happy that they could come out and vote right at their doorstep. So these kinds of measures, confidence building measures that the election commission took, all of that taken together perhaps led to the huge number of voter turnout here in Bengal this time. But of course, I would be very, very cautious in telling you that the SIR undercut in Bengal, the impact that it has had, and the numbers right now that are there in front of our screen. BJP, for all practical purposes, have already crossed the halfway mark here in Bengal. So, it is obvious that that played a very, very important role as far as the party's prospects in Bengal is concerned. This was the last bastion, probably east of Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP was so desperate to ensure their political footprint, they leave their mark, claim the government in this state, and probably that's where they're headed for at this stage. But like I said, it's a little perhaps a little too early. We'll have to wait for another hour or so to call it. But having said that, Mamata Banerjee, the resistance that she had been putting up for so many years, for over a decade now, because the BJP has been at it since 2016, with their full weight and might. And that resistance seems to be falling apart. And the people who have voted this time in huge numbers are clearly giving out a mandate which is something that probably Mamata Banerjee is not going to like at the end of the day today. Faye.
Yeah, if you look at the latest numbers coming in right now, BJP is leading in 160 seats in West Bengal. The halfway mark is 147. The TMC is at 121. All of our guests are saying it's early, so wait a bit. But that gap is getting wider as we wait.
Yeah.
In Nadu, the TBK is at 108, so fairly close to be able to form a government completely on his own, therefore, Vijay. Like has been pointed out, we don't really know what kind of administrator he's going to be, but he's definitely going to be chief minister. In Assam, the BJP, led by Himanta Biswa Sarma, is going to form the government. They're leading in 99 seats. And of course, the BJP alliance in Puducherry and in Kerala, we're seeing that result as well. Asif Kamal,
May I
what
make
is
a prediction about Assam?
Yes. Go ahead.
So the BJP is going to form the government, but my prediction is that Himanta Biswa Sarma will not be the chief minister.
Really, I thought that's the only chief minister we were sure of going in.
No. So I think there are two, three problems. One is, I think there is a feeling here in Delhi and in the RSS that Himanta Biswa Sarma has grown too big for his boots. He's done 2 terms already. And you know that the RSS and BJP do not like strong leaders. They have to suffer Yogi Adityanath
Well, I really wanted to know what she was saying. Now we got cut off again.
So they don't like strong
So,
people. Secondly, given what has happened in Bangladesh, and given the fact that India is now desperately trying to repair its relations with Bangladesh because it has to, Himanta Biswa's politics, I do not think go down well in the current environment. And as you know, our acting High Commissioner in Dhaka had to be summoned by the Bangladesh government because of the comments that Himanta Biswa Sarma had made about Bangladeshi infiltrators, the way they push infiltrators back at night when nobody is watching, and so on and so forth. Those comments did not go down well. And he made similar comments during his campaign in Bengal. So I think that he is now proving to be an embarrassment for the BJP. And in the current context with Bangladesh, even if he's not removed immediately, he will be shortly removed. So, I do not see a very long, tenure for Himanta Biswa Sarma in Assam. My prediction.
Radhika ji, do you agree?
I was thinking of Madhya Pradesh, where Shivraj Singh Chauhan had led the party to an epic victory. I think the best victory the BJP has got in Madhya Pradesh, and yet he could not become the chief minister. I mean, he's an agriculture minister at the center, and no, we don't really hear of, too much of him at the moment. And they brought out Mohanlal Yadav, right, as the CM. About Himanta Biswa Sarma, I'm not entirely convinced that he will not be re-anointed as the CM. I mean, he's too much of a strong presence. Unlike Chauhan, Chauhan was never very overpowering in that sense. So it's not that easy to dump Himanta Biswa Sarma for the BJP. I agree with Aarti that he's come from the Congress. He probably doesn't have the 100% trust of the RSS or the high command over here. But, there are men that they can't get rid of that easily. And Yogi is an example. BJP did quite badly in UP in the last Lok Sabha elections. And I thought it might cost Yogi his job. But no, he's survived to see another day, in fact, several days. So Himanta Biswa Sarma has the loyalty of the cadre. He has the loyalty of a majority of the MLAs. And among the attributes counted in his favor is his easy accessibility as compared to Gaurav Gogoi. I mean, somebody did a contrast between the two of them. Gaurav Gogoi is into policy, he's not into politics in a big way. Whereas Himanta Biswa Sarma kind of breathes politics all the time, and he's very accessible, I'm told. He can pick up the phone, talk to some tea garden laborer in Jorhat or wherever. So I think that it will be more difficult, even if they have problems with Himanta Biswa Sarma. I agree 100% with Aarti. He's a major embarrassment. Look what he's done with our relations with Bangladesh, just as they were getting to be slightly repaired. He said that we should go back to the days of Muhammad Yunus, which is again like enmity between India and Bangladesh. So I mean, he is a major embarrassment. They will probably take a call.
Mr. Pradhan, I know that you have to head out as well. Do you want to give us, your final note before you go?
Well, while I agree with what Radhika said just now, as far as Sam is concerned, I would again say that what if the way it is going, and it seems that it's going the way the BJP way in Bengal, that is a matter of most serious concern, because I continue to believe, and very strongly so, that the election commission had a lot of role to play in how the election results are panning out today. And in Tamil Nadu, it's a big surprise, and hats off to that young actor who has done this. That reflects it's a different. It is not the east and north don't work. I mean, the south doesn't work like north and east, and south has shown that yes, there is room for a new person, somebody who's doesn't believe the traditional kind of politics, and the youth has given a decisive verdict in favor of this man, irrespective of the fact that Tamil Nadu traditionally believes a lot in film stars. And I'm sure a young man will be able to do better than, at least as long as he doesn't fall into the BJP trap, whether because of ED and CBI. He has already faced some raids. So let's see whether they allow him to function independently or not. As far as Kerala has made a clear cut. It seems to be making a clear cut verdict. But Assam again should be a matter of concern. And this man Biswa the Sharma, this Sharma is Hemant Biswa Sharma, is certainly become too big for his boots. And as Aarti rightly pointed out, Modi Shah do not like people who who rise beyond their, if they become too big to be not functioning with their remote control, they don't like them. So he is likely to be, most likely he would be shunted out, and they will bring in somebody like Mohanlal Yadav, or that the other chap in Rajasthan, that's Sharma. So let's see. It's in totality, I would say, again, I will just repeat one word, that what we are witnessing is not a great sign for democracy, as people's minds are getting influenced more by communal fascist ideas.
Okay.
That's all I'd like to say. Thanks.
Sure, Pradhan, thank you for joining us on this conversation. Aarti Jarat also has to leave, but we'll continue this conversation because the gap, Radhika ji and Saugata ji, the gap in Bengal is becoming much wider. I know we had said we'll wait, but let me just take you through these numbers. 169 leads for the BJP and 112 for the TMC. I'm holding my horses. I'm waiting, but 169 is perhaps, is this higher than what the exit polls had also predicted for, even the most complimentary exit poll for Bengal? I think it was PMark that had said 150 for the BJP. Radhika ji?
Yeah, I think today's Chanakya predicted something, forecast something close to this figure. But the gap is steadily widening. We can't get away with it, and it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for the TMC to bridge the gap now. Now, having said that, it will be, reams and reams are going to be written about the BJP's victory in Bengal. How much of it is due to the central intervention through the various agencies, through the EC and the paramilitary forces, etc., and how much of it is due to support from the ground. There was support from the ground. There is no doubt about that in Bengal. You did hear a lot of voices saying that we want to change, we want to change. Now, why? There was really no, Mamata had not committed any big folly. The charges that were leveled against her, joblessness, not picking up the potato crop, these are kind of allegations you hear everywhere during an election the country over. So what was it that turned people against Bengal? Her workers, their hooliganism, their high-handedness, maybe. But Bengal survived decades of that kind of rule under the left as well, left front. And after all, Mamata has ruled for 3 decades with the same sort of musclemen and whatever. I don't want to use an extreme term like thugs, but rent seekers and so on. So what is it, Is it Hindu consolidation? That is also being mentioned by analysts writing from Bengal, that there was Hindu consolidation, which means that the Ghuspetia trope and Mamata's alleged Muslim appeasement played on the minds of Hindus, which is a bit surprising to me in Bengal because, these charges were leveled by the BJP in the past election too, but it didn't work. So between then and now, did she amp up her efforts to win over the Muslims? I don't think there's evidence of that because she also reached out to the Hindus in this term in a big way. Building temples and appeasing those Purohits, temple priests, and so on. So it's early days. It's very difficult to analyze why that happened, but it has happened. The gap has widened, and it looks like the BJP is all set to form a government in Bengal. I mean, early days again to say who's going to be the chief minister, but the East, the BJP has wrapped up the East comfortably. It's Bengal, of course, has been a long haul, but it did. I, in fact, tweeted last week that people haven't cracked Amit Shah, especially the Congress. When Amit Shah sets his mind on an objective, on an agenda, he makes sure that he is going to get it. I take no prisoner. That seems to be the doctrine on which he works. He is like Arjuna, who focused on the eye of the wooden bird which Dronacharya had placed atop a tree. I mean, he said, asked him to shoot the eye of the bird. And Arjun was only focused on that. He didn't look at things outside of the eye of the bird. So Amit Shah is something like that. I don't know who his Dronacharya is, frankly. But that is the way he focuses. He's laser focused. When he becomes a little complacent, the BJP loses that state. I mean, there is a pattern to this. If you study elections in the recent past, he did it in Delhi in the last election. I mean, 2-3 months before that, I remember telling friends that, look, the BJP is going to sweep Delhi. Look at the way Amit Shah is working. They were not ready to believe. So it's high time the opposition starts looking at Amit Shah carefully and taking him more seriously than they do.
Yeah. Saugataji, I do want to ask you this. Do you believe there was religion that played a massive role? Was there a caste factor involved? If we now look at the numbers, BJP is leading in 169. India Today says 177 for the BJP in West Bengal.
Well, as far as polarization is concerned, Faye, I would say that the process began about a decade ago, and now the polarization is complete as far as Bengal is concerned. And polarization is cut across not just religion, of course, religion. The BJP essentially targeted the 75%, 73, 74% odd Hindu votes in Bengal, and that's their core support base as far as the BJP is concerned. They think that the Hindu consolidation in Bengal, if they can do it at a certain level, they are going to achieve what they want to as far as the power structure in Bengal is concerned. And it seems that they have done it this time because they were at it for a long time, and they have done it this time. And so, yes, of course, the polarization is complete, not just on the basis of religion, but also on various other levels. I mean, for example, if you look at the youth, the women in the state, the way their voting pattern used to be, as far as Mamata Banerjee's core constituency, Mamata Banerjee used to get a significant amount of vote share from the women of the state. I have reasons to believe that women's votes have not come to Mamata Banerjee in those numbers because the claim that the Trinamool Congress has made in terms of welfare politics, in terms of giving out money to the bank accounts of the beneficiaries of the various schemes that the government was running, obviously didn't cut ice, given the fact that the BJP has been hopping on not just continuing with those, doubling those amounts, but also saying that the opportunity for employment these opportunities must be created in Bengal. The industry, the lack of industry, the flight of industries from the state, they have to be brought back. I think these promises, pre-poll promises, have also played
Yeah.
some amount of has had some amount of impact on the voters' minds. So that I am not very sure, because people obviously, when they go to vote, I do not know whether they when they cast their vote thinking that the same kind of promises made in other BJP ruled states, whether those promises were fulfilled or not. I don't think a voter actually thinks about those when he casts his vote, but I think these promises also, vis-a-vis, doubling the doles and so on and so forth, I think that has also played a major role in getting BJP to where it is today now.
Let me see if my producer Ira can share the Election Commission website on the screen for a second, because I just want to show our audience. The Election Commission obviously takes a far slower route to announcing. So, according to the Election Commission in West Bengal, the BJP is leading in 152 seats, so which means that in the Election Commission numbers, which are the most important numbers, the BJP has crossed the halfway mark in the number of seats it's leading. But what I actually want to show you is the Election Commission also shows that the Trinamool Congress is leading in only 81 seats in West Bengal. So that gap is massive from the EC point of view. In Tamil Nadu, the TVK, according to the Election Commission, is at 107. So I think 1920 they will form the Vijay will be Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. It's a completely new era for Tamil Nadu. We don't really know what to expect from him. In Puducherry, as was expected, the BJP's alliance with the NR Congress is leading completely, and Kerala and Assam, as we know. I just want to bring in my guests for a second. Asim Kamal, do you want to hazard a guess as to what kind of Chief Minister Vijay is going to be, and what that will mean for a state like Tamil Nadu that's gone between the DMK and the AIADMK now for this long, as we can remember?
I think it will be very evident in his first moves, because what we are looking at right now, the numbers, it is possible that he may end up slightly short of the majority mark. So it also his intentions would become clearer with whom he takes the required number of MLAs, how he manages that. He's run his campaign in a way which has been completely, taking on Stalin, anti-DMK, anti-establishment. So obviously, joining hands there would not be possible. His politics is, in a way, he's dependent a lot on the minority vote as well. So joining hands with the BJP would also not go down well with his voters. So it depends on how he moves forward. But certainly, in South, we've seen examples in the past that superstars are not just actors, or they're larger than life figures that people pin their hopes on. So Tamil Nadu, they've pinned their hopes on Vijay. But we'll have to wait and watch what sort of an administrator he is, because obviously that nobody can predict. It's he's not been in politics for long. It's his charisma that has won them this mandate. Apart from obviously the anti-incumbency the DMK was facing. In fact, DMK has a lot to worry as far as their future is concerned, because they've not just been defeated, they are right now third. In fact, AIADMK BJP alliance is very much ahead of them. And AIADMK BJP was, there was all this talk of AIADMK being finished, being decimated, being out of people's memory, and so on and so forth. But they seem to have performed much better than the DMK. In fact, they right now the figures that I'm seeing, they are 64. So obviously the DMK has a lot to worry, and their future, I think, is, and that's what makes it interesting. As far as I cover the Congress, and as far as the Congress is concerned, see, anybody you meet off record, obviously on record they would say that the Congress would win Assam and things like that. But obviously off record, everyone agreed that Congress is way behind the BJP in Assam, and they were not seeing it as a victory. A lot of them said that, even if we get around 40, it would be a respectable this thing. We'd be happy with that. So the Congress seems to be have done okay, in the sense they won Kerala, and they. In West Bengal, they fought alone. They are probably ahead in a couple of seats, but it's the larger opposition narrative that has taken a hit. Now, TVK is
So,
not.
one second, Asim, let me just tell you some of the interesting in Tamil Nadu. The DMK needs to worry about a lot more. Paneer Selvam trailing, Udayanidhi Stalin is trailing, MK Stalin is trailing. Incidentally, in the AIADMK, Edapadi Palaniswamy is also trailing. So lots of their big hitters right now are not doing well. Even Tamilisai Sundarajan in Mylapore is also trailing. So somehow it feels like Tamil Nadu has done something completely different. Let me bring in Radhika Ramsesan.
Yeah.
They're sort of shunning all of the big leaders. Is that a fair thing to say?
It's very, very interesting. It's almost a tectonic shift in the kind of politics which Tamil Nadu would perceives at the moment. Now, you're talking about Vijay's party. It's not really a party in a conventional sense. He's just put together an outfit. There is no second rung leadership. There's no third rung leadership. But he managed to mobilize a following. I mean, of very young people. So the rejection of Stalin and Udayanidhi is a clear message that we probably don't want someone from the family. It's a rejection of the family-oriented party, or we would like a completely different kind of face, which Kanimuri, I would imagine, would see it as some kind of hope for herself, though I'm not sure about that. Paneer Selvam, frankly, he did a short stint as a chief minister when Jayalalitha was in jail. Frankly, he is not really never been a commanding figure in Tamil Nadu politics. Same thing with Palaniswamy. I'm not very surprised at their defeat. So all these parties, I'm not going to use the term soul searching. The immediate task before the DMK, which the DMK has to address, is leadership. I don't think Stalin would be in a position to come back to lead the party, but you never know. I mean, these family-oriented parties, they work in a different way. The dynamics at play are absolutely different. Same thing with AIDMK. They've done pretty well. Much better than expected. But they will have to find a leader other than Erapadi Palaniswamy. So that gives some kind of preeminence to Vijay at the moment. I mean, a complete newcomer with really nothing, behind, who people thought had no heft, but obviously he does have heft. So everything now depends on what kind of government he gives, what kind of relations he has with the center. That's very important. I mean, I would be interested to see how his relationship with the BJP pans out, and whether he's able to keep Stalin's record, because Stalin's record in governance is not bad at all if you study the statistics. I mean, he had a good advisory team and so on. So Vijay it's a fairly long haul for Vijay, putting together a team and advisors and so on, and what is the kind of direction he would like to take Tamil Nadu in. So Tamil Nadu would really be a state to watch out in the days to come. As for Bengal, again, Bengal is on the cusp of a massive change.
Yes.
BJP. Whoever thought BJP in Bengal, but it is there, and it's there with a convincing majority. I mean, I'm sure the endeavor is to bring Mamta to a double-digit figure, and she's steadily going down. So somebody asked me yesterday, "Oh, Mamta will be a strong opposition." A strong opposition doesn't bloom like that. She suffered a massive defeat, far, far, far beyond her expectations. Her workers will probably, as it happens after every defeat, the workers desert you. They go where the pastures look greener. Some of her second rung and third rung leaders may defect. And more importantly, given the BJP's record, sooner or than later, Mamta's own TMC will be ripe for the picking. BJP will want to swell its majority again, take it beyond 200 or whatever. and Mamta's party becomes very vulnerable. So her immediate task is to protect her flock. I think that is the task at hand.
Well, just to make one point, I think to sum it up for Tamil Nadu, that can be done in one sentence. That probably would be the most obvious headline, that Vijay has emerged as the Jan Nayagan.
Yeah, he's really the Jan Nayak, you know. After well, Tamil Nadu has a record of film stars. You've had MGR,
Yeah.
Even Karunanidhi is from the film industry. He was a script writer. Anna Dorai was from the film industry. So there is an embryonic link between cinema and politics in Tamil Nadu, my home state. And I mean, I don't know whether I should be ashamed or whatever to say that, but because the films were so rotten. I mean, that's the point. And Jayalalitha you had, so the sky is probably the third big star to shine on the horizon.
Sagadaji, let me just share again the Election Commission page on our screen, and this is for West
Yeah, I
Bengal.
have it right before me. Yeah.
You have it before you, right? If we
Yes.
go, I'm just going to ask Ira to scroll down to the map of
Yes.
constituency-wide results. So the north of, and you see West Bengal is in that odd shaped. That north section, the BJP had already some strength on in the previous election. It was the
Right.
south that they were really doing the hard work on. That
That's
south
right.
has been painted orange, as you can see.
That's
So it's
right.
a very interesting trend. This is the change really that we're seeing in the West Bengal. That southern area, which was a Mamata Banerjee stronghold, a TMC stronghold, which is now largely turning orange. The north, the west have been looking only very orange. What is your response, Agataji, when you look at constituency wise?
Well,
What trends do you see?
Well, you see, I mean, the northern part of the state had been, like you rightly pointed out, Faye, had been in BJP's kitty for a long time. They have done well in some of the previous elections, both Lok Sabha as well as the assembly polls that have taken place in the last, I would say, 7 to 8 years. They have done well in the northern part of the state. Primary reason for it being that the north had always complained about being the underdeveloped part of West Bengal, and the south, where the power citadel is, they do not pay much attention to the North Bengal region, which is yearning for governance and notice, etc. And Mamata Banerjee's attempts to make the secretariat, part of the secretariat, shift to North Bengal. She has actually built a secretariat in Siliguri called the Uttar Kanya, which has clearly not worked for her. But if you look at the south and the left part of that map, that's the place we normally call the Jungle Mahal area, which is the forest covered erstwhile Maoist hinterland. That is
Yes.
where all of those actions, the violence that took place in 2007, 2008, around that time. That's the left part of the screen, comprising districts like Bankura, Purulia, West Midnapur, and Jhargram. So these are the four districts. The left part of the screen that you see, mostly, not mostly, it's entirely saffron now. That part is where the BJP actually got its votes back. The Trinamool had made a dent in that area, which used to be, again, another BJP stronghold in the past. So that is where the BJP has completely swept the polls, and that was my reading also when I had visited that area, when I had gone there to cover the elections on the ground, and these were the areas that I was trying to visit. I was in Jhargram, stationed there for a few days, and I was trying to look at people's aspirations over there, especially the tribals and the non-tribals. Also. How they are looking at the ruling dispensation from that, and that's the hunch that I had, that the Trinamool Congress is not going to do well at all in that region. Having said that, the north and the western part, or the Jungle Mahal part of the state, in safely in BJP's custody. Look at some of those patches in southern Bengal, and that's where the BJP has made very serious dent to the Trinamool Congress fortress, the Trinamool Congress bastion, so to say. And some of these areas, if you look at the southern tip of the state, the districts are South 24 Parganas and North 24 Parganas, which are considered to be the regions which hold the key to state power in Bengal. And that is where Mamata Banerjee had held fort for so long. That is where she was undisputed for so many years. And that's where the BJP has made serious dent, Faye, and that's why it is obviously now it looks pretty clear that the BJP is well and truly on its way to the secretariat here in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee obviously would be a diminished force. The Trinamool Congress would be a diminished force, and as Radhika was rightly pointing out, what would happen to the party is anybody's guess, because there are strong apprehensions of total disintegration of the Trinamool Congress if Mamata Banerjee is unable to hold on to power. It is very difficult for a party like the Trinamool Congress to hold on or keep its consolidation intact if it is not in power. The left, the regimented left parties have not been able to do it. So I have reasons to believe that the Trinamool won't either. And that perhaps would be Mamata Banerjee's most important tasks in the days ahead, to ensure that she retains some amount of grip on the party, and not allow it to disintegrate completely, as the apprehension is on the ground if the Trinamool Congress stays at where it is. And the latest figures from the Election Commission: 167 leads for the BJP, 80 for the Trinamool Congress, 82 for the Trinamool Congress. Trinamool Congress is nearly, that's not nearly enough. So
Yeah.
obviously the party will have to do a miracle turnaround in some of the in the next hour or so, if it has to be anywhere in the competition. But it doesn't look like it. That doesn't look like happening. So Mamata Banerjee is obviously looking at a very unpleasant surprise at the end of the day today, Faye.
I must point out to you that there is a tweet that's come out, I think, from Sagarika Ghosh of the TMC, where she has said that the Election Commission is not releasing trends for all 293 seats. There are several seats that have been intentionally not shown. Although, if I look at the Election Commission right now, they're showing us leads for 246 out of 294. So there are 48 seats which we don't have information on.
Faye, it's the latest, 253.
253.
Yes.
253, which means that we're still 41 seats we're not seeing information on.
Yes.
No, but it's very hard for her to make up now. She's,
Yes.
I mean, the screen before me, she's down to 98, double digit, and 188 is the BJP leads.
Yeah, so 188 is that's a massive gap. That gap will become nearly of 100 seats. That's not a gap that you can close in this.
They were 77 last time, and from 77 to 188 is spectacular, And of course, everybody is attributing it wholly to SIR. I would still think that the BJP had support on the ground. Otherwise, this kind of a swing, this kind of a performance is not possible only on the basis of augmented security, infrastructure, intimidation, or threat. There is support on the ground from all sections of Hindus for the BJP.
I completely agree, Radhika, because the palpable anti-incumbency this time, I have never seen such amount of anti-incumbency on the ground. It was almost simmering with that. People disgruntled with the current dispensation, with its failure to deliver in terms of governance. as far as some of these telling loopholes in the governmental aspects are concerned. And the most important thing perhaps is the failure of the Mamata Banerjee administration to actually handle the economic crisis on the ground, the issues of youngsters, the migration that has been forced on the poorer sections of the people over here, and coupled with that, also the fact that there was this high-handedness of the party, of the cadres, which had been a consistent complaint that has been coming from various corners in the state. So all of that, and not able to sort of supplement that with bringing in industries that she had initially promised, and so on and so on. Because you see, Mamata Banerjee came to power on the piggybacking on an industry flight, the Shingur and the Nandigram incident, the Tata Motors taking its plant away from Shingur to Gujarat in the face of that massive protest that Mamata Banerjee had built up in Shingur, and she was branded as someone who's anti-industry. She had 15 years in her, she had 15 years with her to sort of prove that she wasn't that, but she, in terms of results, I don't think she kind
Sorry,
of.
I have to take leave. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, Radhika ji. Thank you so much for joining us, though.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you.
I do want to, share another chart, and this is of Tamil Nadu. Asim Kamal, I'll ask you to look at this chart. If we put the Election Commission Tamil Nadu results on our screen right now, I'm going to ask Ira to do it for me. Ira is my producer. There you go. So this is what the Election Commission is showing on Tamil Nadu. 108 for TVK. Again, look at where DMK is at this point, 42. AIADMK at 62. And if we look at the chart, scroll down a little more to the map, you'll see that north, Tamil Nadu area, which used to be a DMK stronghold again, gone entirely to the TVK. We'll just scroll down and show that map. Showing, of course, that the DMK's urban slots, which were the spaces that they were holding in and around Chennai, the younger audience, the minority voter has all shifted to TVK.
See, that's what I was pointing at.
Yes.
Since Vijay is obviously a debutant, so people will not go by his track record. People are attracted to his stardom, and in South, just it's not just about being a follower of an actor. They are considered this larger than life figure, and so they were attracted to it, and coupled with that was this resentment towards the DMK. Now a lot of people said that DMK had performed decently as far as governance is concerned, but obviously there was an undercurrent of anti-incumbency against them, and of this it's right. It was rightly pointed out earlier on the show that he has made it clear. Stalin has made it clear. Udayanidhi was very much at the forefront, and he had made it clear that the baton would be passed on to him. So that it seems that has not gone down well with the people, and there was an undercurrent of anti-incumbency certainly that played out, and coupled with that, obviously the younger generation. Earlier on, also when people were saying that who were those people, the naysayers who had said that Vijay might do decently, but not enough to stop the DMK from coming to power. So they had also said that the younger people, those below 25, 30 years of age, are attracted to him on the ground. There was visible support for him because they sort of saw as a new beginning, because they've been fed up with this constant tussle between the DMK and the AIADMK that has gone on for decades. So they wanted something new, and Vijay provided them with that. Obviously, being a reigning superstar helped his cause, and coupled with DMK's disenchantment, the people were disenchanted with the DMK, that helped him. And I think
Asim, a few years ago, the BJP debuted Annamalai. as this sort of dabang young guy who's going to come, and he's neither AIDMK, he's not DMK, he's coming with this, very idealistic point of view. Was he not able to? He was not able to really seed that, and I remember a lot of analysts at that time saying it's because he's not entrenched in traditional Tamil Nadu politics. But here you have someone who's not entrenched at all, who has come in and has swept the vote. What was the difference between the two of them, other than obviously the movie star power?
No, I think the difference is also in their politics. Vijay made the signals that he was very much appealing to the minority sections as well, to all the sections of the society. BJP, obviously they had betted on Anavala, who's a different sort of a figure, not your traditional BJP leader. But BJP in the south is different. A lot of times we relate it to the phenomena in the north, where BJP is the default go-to party of a lot of people. But in south, BJP is always looked upon with a certain amount of suspicion, and I think that is the case in Tamil Nadu also. If the TVK has performed well. We are talking about other people's performance, but BJP has performed very poorly in Tamil Nadu. Again, it's the AIADMK that has done decently. You were showing the chart just a few seconds ago. I think they're just leading in probably 3 or 4, maximum 4 seats. So BJP has still not been able to cut ice with the Tamil Nadu voter, and it has still not been able to cut ice with other southern states. In fact, it was being said this time around that in Kerala they do exceedingly well, but that has not happened. They're just leading in 1 seat, and you never know. We are just like in 5-6 rounds of. Also, they may not open their account. That's also a possibility. So in South, still a mountain to climb for the BJP. But you have to give it to the BJP that it is one party that always persists. They would never be. It's not the sort of attitude they have that we've done so badly in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and we've been consistently doing badly, so just give up on south and just focus on the east or the north. Or it's not that sort of party. They keep coming at you. That's what they've shown in Bengal. Last time round, everyone said that this is the best that the BJP can do in West Bengal, and it was very easy for them to get disheartened. It was very easy for them to get disheartened in the Lok Sabha polls, but they haven't done that. They keep working hard till they breach the fort. So they are doing that in the south. It may not pay dividends to them in the next election, but it could certainly pay dividends to them in the election after that. So that's the kind of attitude they have, and that is the kind of attitude that the opposition needs to learn from them. That's why I think it is a big jolt for the opposition with the TMC losing out in West Bengal, because the TMC was one party in the opposition that was looked at as a sort of a mirror image of the BJP in the manner that they approached elections. They would go hard.
Street fighters.
Start. They would fight it out for every seat, and the kind of aggressive nature that the leadership had of the TMC. So that means them losing so big in West Bengal, that ways is a jolt to the opposition narrative.
So 1 second, I do want to bring Saugataji back again, because as per India Today is showing the BJP leading in 191 seats in West Bengal, and the TMC is down to 96. That's a massive gap. I just want to pop up this particular constituency on the screen, and this is the Election Commission website. This is Panihati in West Bengal, where the BJP candidate is the mother of the RJ Kar rape and murder victim. Now, she is leading clearly here. The Trinamool Congress candidate is trailing, and I know it's too early for us to analyze whether or not women voted against TMC. But do you see the fact that the BJP picked this candidate and made women's safety a sort of mudda on this election? Did that matter, do you think, Saugatan?
Yes, of course. I mean, the issue of women's safety in Bengal in the aftermath of the Arjikar Medical College incident, a horrible incident that happened in August 2024. The BJP has been clearly building up on that narrative, given the fact that there have been multiple other such incidents, both before the Arjikar incident as well as after. If you remember, in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP also tried to highlight the women's safety issue. But that time, what they had before them was the Sandesh Khali episode in the
Yes.
and that's perhaps why they also fielded a Sandesh Khali face from the region, Rekha Patro, who did not win the elections last time. But Rekha Patro has been fielded as a candidate once again in the state elections, and from an adjacent seat in Sandesh Khali called Hingalganj, from where she is fighting. So the trends over here, I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to just check. Give me a second whether she is leading
Yes.
at Hingalganj. And yes, Rekha Patro is clearly, after 3 rounds, even Rekha Patro is also leading in Hingalganj. So both these faces that the BJP has, Rekha Patro in Hingalganj and the mother of the Arjikar victim in Panihati, which is in the outskirts of Kolkata, in the northern fringes of Kolkata, clearly shows that people have taken that issue very, very seriously. None of these women are, so to say, thoroughbred politicians.
Yes.
They are ordinary housewives who have been fielded as candidates, and yet people have gone ahead at least till this point in time. About it's already past noon now. So and figures are showing, figures that are there before us, showing that the BJP has amassed somewhere around 45% of vote share so far, as compared to, say, the Trinamool Congress, which has somewhere around 41 to 42% votes. So it seems that, like you rightly pointed out, Faye, that people have indeed also spoken on this very, very sensitive issue of women's safety. The lead of Rekha Patro, as well as the mother of the Arjikar victim, both clearly state that people have taken a stand on that very, very sensitive topic.
I just want to point out that Suvendu Adhikari has spoken with NDTV, and he has said, and I'm quoting here, he has said, people voted against infiltrators and attempts to change the state's demographic. There was Hindu consolidation. Hindu women voted en masse for the BJP. We also got Adivasi votes. Trinamool only did appeasement politics. So the BJP very clear here about the battle that it seems to have fought and won, consolidating the Hindu, Adivasi, and women's votes. So, Gautam?
Like I was
Sorry.
saying, Faye, I mean,
Sorry, Asim, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Right.
make a quick point that also once the figures are in, what needs to be analyzed is the women voters voting for the BJP in West Bengal, and how much of an issue was BJP bringing in women's reservation bill, the bill to amend the women's reservation right in the middle of the elections, and if it all did it impact the women voters, which needs to be looked on. Obviously, one cannot make a comment right now, but it's something that that could have made an impact, because that's how the BJP probably wanted it, bringing the women's reservation bill right in the middle of elections.
Okay. Let me just introduce Assam as well, because we have another one of your colleagues from, another one of your colleagues from PTI who joins us right now, who's been kind enough to give us your time. Thank you so much for joining us. While we talk about Assam, just putting up the Assam numbers on the screen. This was obviously predicted by all of the polls. Manash Pratim Abhiyan is with us. It was predicted by all of the polls that the BJP will do well in Assam. Anything interesting you're seeing from those numbers? And also, one of our previous guests said that it's Arti Jarat was of the opinion that it's unlikely that Hemanta Biswa Sarma will be chief minister again, because the BJP has a pattern of switching out those chief ministers. Manash, what do you believe?
Hi, and thank you so much for having me on your show. Yeah, I mean, so far the results are a little surprising. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
So a little surprising because, I mean, we have seen elections after elections, and the trend has always been to just, kind of, the ruling party always is under pressure, and the number of seats actually go down. I mean, that has been the trend globally, right? In every democracies, we see ruling parties, don't get the number of seats, they just hold on generally. But now we have seen again in Assam, 25%, 25 seats actually, they are ahead of the seats that they got around 5 years back. So unprecedented in a way, because people expected BJP not to do well. A lot of political analysts in Assam uh, had predicted that election will be kind of not going by the exit polls, but spoke to people on the ground who covered election extensively. Uh, there was a contest between Upper Assam and Lower Assam. It was said that Gaurav Gogoi had got a lot of traction in Upper Assam, and in Lower Assam was with BJP. But now we have seen that, Congress's number of seats compared to 5 years back, it has come down significantly by 5 seats. And as per the latest trends, actually, BJP is doing much better. I mean, it is, gaining 26 seats. So yes, I'm a little surprised. Could be multiple factors, including the way the BJP carried out its campaign, etc. Uh, yes, till 4 5 months back, definitely people were very, very angry, upset. People expressed their emotions after the death
Right.
of Jubi Garg. But mainly the anger was against the government, the ruling party, right? But the results that we are seeing, or the projections that have been made, it gives a very different picture. Uh, I'm still figuring out actually what could be the reasons behind the surge in huge surge in BJP's kind of support in Assam. Could be, in fact, Himanta Biswa Sarma, he's just focused mainly on creating beneficiaries, traditionally, in fact, people try to get votes on the basis of their policies, programs, futuristic agenda, etc. But BJP has been focusing on consolidating its support base by giving doles, etc., various doles, and the economy is not doing well. Uh, the Assam economy is under huge debt, but notwithstanding all those factors, BJP doing well is a little surprising for me. But I think this has been the trend actually. If you see last few years assembly elections, be it
Right.
Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi, and now in Assam. Yeah.
Just one quick thing. I
Yes.
think one stat I just checked the Election Commission website that is reflective of what has happened in Assam is that Congress's Gaurav Gogoi is trailing by over 13,000 votes. So
Yes.
that speaks about the result that the Congress is facing there. That the main face, who was the obvious chief ministerial choice, himself is losing his seat. Though it was a difficult seat, was contesting, but nevertheless, I think Gaurav going down from there speaks volumes of the result that we are looking at in Assam.
So I just want to look at this on the national stage for a second, just pulling out all of the numbers for our audience. In Tamil Nadu, the TVK now leading in 105 to 107 seats. AIADMK has moved up even further. 72 leads for the AIADMK and 27 for the DMK. So Stalin is having a terrible, terrible day. I don't think anyone in the DMK assumed that it would be this bad. Up till yesterday, the voices coming out of the DMK were fairly confident that they were going to win. So from going to win to coming down to being number 3, not a great place to be. In West Bengal, which is really the state that everybody's got their eye on, still the BJP, according to India Today, is leading in 187 seats, and the TMC is at 100. So that gap, and I want to know from our guests right now, is that gap too wide to bridge at this point? We have now crossed, it's past 12:15. So Radhaji, do you believe that, are you calling it? Are you not calling it?
I think
You
it's
know what
time
my
we
house is.
I think, Faye, it's time now. It's because it's past 12, 4 hours of counting over. some 4 to 5 rounds of countings done in most places. I would say that um, like I said, in Bhawanipur, for example, Mamata Banerjee has reclaimed her lead
Yes.
right now, and that lead is currently quite a bit. It's substantial, it seems, at this point. I'll give you the exact figure that we have from Bhawanipur, which is 16,706. That's the lead that Mamata Banerjee has over Shubhendu Adhikari after 5 rounds of counting. I would say that the gap, like you said, is substantial. It's very difficult for the Trinamool Congress to bridge it. It will be a miracle if it is able to do so in the next few rounds. But I think we should still wait for another 2 to 3 rounds to get a proper understanding as to where the figures are going to go. But it doesn't seem that Mamata Banerjee would be able to cross that magic figure
Yeah.
at this point in time. She's almost down to 2 figures now. So that if that's the trend, that I have reasons to believe it's only going to go down from here on. But if a turnaround happens, it will be a miracle. It will be a miracle.
In fact, I'm just looking at the Election Commission numbers on Bhawanipur, which is Mamata Banerjee's constituency, and we'll share those as well. She's leading with 16,000 votes right now. That's going to be a poor consolation for Mamata Banerjee because
Indeed.
she's going to have to sit in opposition and she is not going to like it. It's going to be a while. This is status as of round 5 out of 20. So rather 5 rounds are done as per the Election
That's
Commission.
right.
That's
That's
what
right.
you're at our screen right now. So I mean, yeah, okay, so she won her seat, but look at what has happened to this state. It's not going to be a good.
She hasn't won her seat, Faye, because you see, I mean, rounds are normally the counting is counting.
Oh, so you believe this can flip back to Shubhendu
Yeah,
Adhikari?
it can most certainly flip back, because you see
Okay.
there are various areas in a constituency, and the countings are done on the basis of the EVMs or the booths that were positioned in a certain area. So there are areas which has a Trinamool Congress dominance. There are areas which have BJP support base, which has a larger BJP support base within Bhawanipur. And mind you, Bhawanipur is one constituency where the voter number had shrunk by over 50,000 voters who post the SIR. So we do not know which part or which areas have been counted so far and which areas are still to be counted. So that can can well be that Mamata Banerjee's lead get immensely big compared to what it is now, or at the same time there can also be a flip given as to which area the EVMs are being counted. So I would still exercise a bit of caution and say that another 5 rounds at least to figure out exactly which way the two parties are going in terms of their total seat share. But you're right. For all practical purposes, it seems for Mamata Banerjee, the state is lost, and that would be, and even if she wins in Bhawanipur, it would be a very, very poor consolation for her.
Let's see. Right now, for our audience members on the screen right now, what you're looking at is West Bengal. This is the Election Commission numbers. Moves far more. It moves slower than everybody else. But even here, 173 for the BJP, 90 for the Trinamool Congress, which is that bluish-grayish box, which means that gap now at nearly noon is quite wide. Asim, you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just also wanted to add that Mamata Banerjee also now faces a massive challenge. BJP coming to power with such a big mandate, and what we've seen how things pan out in West Bengal, a big challenge for her would be to keep her flock together, because
Yes.
An exodus of leaders is very much on the cards, and she can learn from her own example. What happened to the left when the TMC broke their bastion here in West Bengal and came to power? There was a massive shift of leaders from the left to the BJP to the TMC. So it'll be very difficult for her, with her party not being in power anywhere, to keep her flock together, because there could be a massive exodus of leaders. So I think, in a certain way, TMC would be facing an existential crisis. That's the magnitude of the challenge she faces if she loses this election.
There's some interesting information coming in from Tamil Nadu that apparently the Congress is leading in 5 seats, but India Today, and I'm telling our audience that this is coming from India Today, that the Tamil Nadu Congress wants to ally with TVK to form the government. I
would like to just add to this, because before the election there was a section in the Congress that had been vocal about allying with the TVK. They had been saying that DMK had been treating us shoddily, and it is high time that we should ally with TVK. TVK has spelled out that it has its politics is secular, and they've laid out their principles. So we can very much ally with the TVK. That's what I was saying, that it will be very interesting to see which way the TVK moves, because what seems likely, it's been the steady trend for the last 1.5 hours, that TVK has been hovering from 100 to 110, which basically means that they will be around 10-15 short of the majority mark. So, that is one of the options. Obviously, the Congress could, but that again would mark a huge shift from the politics of Tamil Nadu, because DMK has been one of the oldest partners of the Congress. So ditching DMK for TVK would be a big move, even if it is just they may just have 5, 6, 7 legislators in the assembly, but aligning with TVK would be a big move. So it'll be very interesting how he gets the remaining 10-15 MLAs if he falls short. Though obviously he can get a majority, there's still time, but he's been hovering around that mark for the last 1.5 hours.
Yeah, so he's at 105 right now. In the assumption that 105 is where he finally settles, Vijay, he'll be short of about, I think, 13 odd seats. 5 is what the Congress has. That's still not enough. So is there, in your opinion, Asim, are they independents, others? Where will those remaining seats possibly?
Right now, it's a very typical scenario, because aren't any others available for him. So it's basically either he goes with the AIADMK BJP, or he gets Congress and tries to break a few, which in any case would be difficult. He may have to bring down the numbers of the assembly by breaking a few MLAs, but it's very difficult right now, because I think they'll find it very difficult going with the DMK, because they fought an election on this anti-DMK plank, and now suddenly to ally with the DMK that had been in power for so long would not be such a prudent thing to do. But let's see how the final figures settle, and if it can get a few independents in, then probably it will try and look for an alliance with Congress and independents. That would be the ideal for the TVK. The TVK would prefer that, because it will be a very difficult choice between the AIADMK and the DMK for TVK to ally.
We're just going to pop up those Tamil Nadu numbers also on the screen from the Election Commission, and you'll see that there's a long tail of smaller parties who have like 1 lead or 2 leads each. So there is some, there could be some work done on the ground there to figure out where those extra numbers are going to come from. Asim?
Yeah, as I see, the PMK has 4. So they could get PMK, they could get the Congress. In fact, there was also this talk about Vijay shares a very good rapport with Rahul Gandhi. So that's what I'm saying, that the TV, it would be the best for TVK, because that way they would be able to not go beyond their the campaign that they had followed throughout the elections. Going with DMK that way is not an option for them, and AIADMK is also a tough choice since it's already aligned with the BJP. So TVK would be hoping that Congress and TMK numbers help to form the government. And there are two seats. I see that on two seats VCK is leading, so VCK can join hands with TVK. That's also a possibility. So he would like to get these small parties together and along with the Congress and form the government, rather than align with the traditional bigwigs like DMK and AIADMK. That's what he would be looking at. That would be the ideal scenario for TVK.
Since Vijay's entire proposition to the voters was that I'm not this and I'm not that, I'm a new offering.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's not going to want to. I mean, being in an alliance with either of those will defeat his purpose. I understand that Saugata Mukherjee has to leave. I'm tempted to hold you back because Bengal is really keeping us interested. But you're parting your words on what we're looking at right now, Saugata.
Well, I don't think Mamata Banerjee is going to make it this time, very honestly. But exactly where she will stand will depend on the kind of final standing that the Trinamool is, end of the day, going to amass in terms of their seat share and vote share. I would agree with Asim that her immediate concern would be to hold her party together. The problem with the Trinamool Congress is that it tends to kind of deflect from where I mean, it has shown signs in the past of doing that. So obviously, the getting the party to sort of remain bonded is something that Mamata Banerjee will have very and major difficulty in doing in the days ahead. But having said that, Mamata Banerjee's position in national politics would also diminish a lot, because a win here for her would have ensured that Mamata Banerjee would be playing in the days ahead a very central role in national politics, especially in terms of the anti-BJP opposition bloc, which is now headed by the Congress, the India bloc, where Mamata Banerjee has refused to get absorbed into unless it was in her own terms. This time around, a win would have ensured that she would have played a central role in that anti-BJP bloc at the center. It seems now, Faye, that with the current position of her party here in Bengal, she won't be in a position to do that anymore. So whether it will give a very serious blow to her political aspirations, especially at the national level in the days ahead, is something that we'll have to wait and watch. But I don't think Mamata Banerjee had anticipated anything like this for her, because the party was fairly certain that it would cross that majority mark, if not get to that 2/3 majority position. But here, where it stands right now, it is going to be a shocker, not just for her but for the entire party, and that would obviously, there are serious apprehensions within the party of this party getting disintegrated to a certain level, which is certainly again not good news for Mamata Banerjee. Faye.
This is interesting, Saugata, because when I spoke to TMC people day before yesterday, they said, no, don't believe these exit polls. We're very comfortable, nothing to worry about. We're okay. Apparently not. It would also seem that Mamata Banerjee would need to perhaps rethink her strategy of how she believes her party is being perceived.
Because certainly, I mean, she will have to recalibrate her entire, your politics in Bengal, because the way she had approached governance in the last 15 years, except for the first 5, I think the rest the remaining 10, the last 10 years of her rule in Bengal, she hasn't quite delivered in terms of fulfilling aspirations of the people over here. People did vote for her. People did give her the opportunity. So this time, perhaps with the entire thrust and might of the BJP, which was on her, and of course the SIR process that has made I believe major difference. We'll have to wait for a little more to get the exact understanding of how it has undercut the entire election process. But for Mamata Banerjee, she will have to recalibrate. She will have to reassess the politics that she's been pursuing here in West Bengal. And the major task, like I said, is to hold on to her cadre base, to her support base, to the second and third rung leaders, especially those who are there at the district level. Because, mind you, there is going to be a backlash after the
let me
elections.
ask
There's
a
going to
broader.
be a backlash in terms of post poll violence. There are serious apprehensions about that. So under the current context, with that kind of a backlash, that there is apprehensions. There are apprehensions of Faye. I think the major task would be to hold that party together.
Right. So let me just, so that I understand you have to leave. Thank you so much for walking us through all of these numbers with your brilliant insights. My audience has constantly been writing about the fact that they've enjoyed listening to you. So thank you for that time. I do want to ask Asim and also Manash this question. Now with the BJP obviously ready to form a government in West Bengal, the BJP has a government in Assam. What does the rest of the Northeast look like, given where we are? Manash?
I think, yeah, as you rightly pointed out, and Sogat also, this is a very consequential election, and the way BJP has been actually expanding its base, actually, and actually not hold control. It has now total control over Northeast and actually Eastern India, Bihar, Orissa, now Bengal. And the outcomes in the Bengal election is not an outcome of a state election. It has far-reaching consequences. West Bengal has been the intellectual capital, cultural capital of India, and I'm not looking at it as just a state election. This result in West Bengal will have major impact in the national politics. That's what I think. I think Sogata has just left, but I would also kind of like to say that this impact will be very, very kind of helpful for BJP's growth in other parts of the country. And now we can say that, in fact, BJP, except Meghalaya has a coalition government. Now BJP has full control. The Mizoram party, which is now ruling the state, has also some kind of connection with BJP. They are also close to BJP. So except Meghalaya and Mizoram, so BJP is now in full control of Northeast. It's actually eminent coming to power in West Bengal will have far-reaching consequences for national politics. And now the main question that people are asking in Assam is who will be the chief minister? You also just mentioned it briefly. Yes, in fact, a lot of people are very, very upset. People within BJP also. People who have built a party in Assam, they worked very hard for last 4 or 5 decades. Those people actually who were kind of a pillar of BJP's strength, most of them have been sidelined. And these elements are actually strongly pushing for a change in the leadership. I think immediately BJP may go with Himanta. He may be the chief minister. But I think 6 months down the line, there could be a rethink. I'll not be surprised, or I'll not be surprised if BJP makes somebody else a chief minister this time. So the just kind of criticism against Himanta is growing and growing. let's see what happens. But Congress has charged that he is the most corrupt chief minister of the country. That also has gained some traction, I think, within the BJP.
Some
So,
allegations against his wife, yes.
etc. Yes, I mean, so let's see. In fact, I mean, fingers crossed. So he delivered this huge result for
Fingers crossed
BJP.
for whom? But I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, it's interesting to me if we are talking about it, and if people are asking about will Hemanta Biswa Sharma be chief minister or not, so obviously this is something that he also knows, that his chief ministership is under question at this point. But फिर भी काफी शिद्दत से उन्होंने election लड़ी है. He gave it his all, as we saw. We have Satish Anand joining us again, and I asked my team to call him because of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. And we'll just pop up the numbers of Tamil Nadu again. And now I'm relying on the Election Commission website. TVK 106, AIADMK 62, DMK 45. Satish, I'll call you out on the fact that this morning and last night when we spoke, you said DMK to aayega. Like, I'm confident that the DMK is coming back. What happened, Satish?
Yeah, every single person has been proved wrong. But what the real surprise is, ADMK has held his ground. That was not expected actually, because for what I said in the morning, I want to stand corrected. I gave very little chances to TVK, though we thought that he's going to gain on vote share, but they're really doing good. But there is a small danger here. The numbers seem to hold on the same where it is showing right now for a very long time. That is between 100 and 110. If that be the case, then it is going to be anybody's game, because he's not going to have the simple majority mark of 118. If that is the case, then all sorts of equations come into play, and already the speculations are thick and fast that he might bank on some of DMK's allies like Congress and even ADMK's ally PMK, because these guys are ahead in 10 seats right now. So that is the political situation right now. So far, Tamil Nadu has never had a hung assembly, but the way things are going, because TVK's numbers are actually fluctuating. It was 109 some time ago. Now it has dropped to 107. I'm going with the TV thing, because right now I'm not accessing the EC website.
EC is
And if
106. EC is 106.
If this trend holds up at the end of the day, then it's going to be a very volatile situation actually.
Volatile, why do you think? Because aren't there any independents who can give him the numbers that he needs?
There are no independents. See, that's what I'm telling you. There are no independents. And the speculations are rife that because a section of Congress had earlier favored alliance with the TVK, and Vijay might go back again to them, because right now they're leading in 5 seats, and so some other smaller allies of DMK are also leading. Obviously, there is some disgruntlement among the DMK allies against DMK for the way they have treated on seat allocations and all sorts of things. So if Vijay falls short of the majority mark, he might reach out to them. I don't think he's going to go to ADMK, and the only plausible explanation is he might not go to them because they are also a rival to him. So in a way, it will also help him to break the DMK led alliance. So that is the situation right now.
Apparently, and that was the constituency we were looking at on our screen. This is the Kolathur constituency where Stalin is trailing. Might he lose his seat? Is that a possibility, Satish?
There is a high possibility, because the numbers are surging, and even his son is trailing. And
some 12 cabinet ministers.
What is really astounding is they have almost lost entire Chennai.
Udaynidhi has just taken back his lead. Udaynidhi is now leading by 3,000.
So we're going to have to. So if we just do a wrap of all of the states one by one. So Satish, in Tamil Nadu, is it fair to say that TVK will form government? Vijay will possibly be chief minister. It's just a question of how he's going to get there.
See, there are two possibilities to this. One is if he gets the 118 number, he's going to be invited by the governor. If he falls short, he's going to stake claim. Obviously, that is how things work in India. So when he goes to then he'll be asked to prove his strength by facing a confidence vote. And the question is, who is going to cross vote? If at all somebody cross votes, who is going to do that? So that's why I said the situation is very dicey right now.
And in the other states at this point, Asim, are we calling Bengal? Are you at PTI calling Bengal? Is it now for the BJP? Can we take it for granted?
PTI, like the election commission, would like to hold its horses still. but honestly, as a political observer, I think yeah, it can be called. It's definitely right now that now is the time to talk about who will be the next BJP chief minister of West Bengal.
Yeah,
Well,
because
actually, two names come to my mind. Obviously, Suvendu Adhikari is there. There's a possibility of Dilip Ghosh. And there's an interesting. While I was scrolling to some of the seats in West Bengal, Swapan Das Gupta is also leading in Rash Bihari. So there are a number of picks that the BJP could look at. But obviously, I personally think that Suvendu Adhikari obviously has the first claim after what he has managed to do for the BJP over these years, and especially taking on Mamata Banerjee there.
I mean, if we look at the election commission numbers right now, it's double.
Yeah, it's almost double. So I don't see it now changing. Of course, there could be a difference of the margin, but I think BJP is well on its way to form the next government in West Bengal, and that's a seismic shift as far as Indian politics is concerned. Because that after years and years, after decades, BJP has finally breached this frontier, and they will have a government in West Bengal. I think going ahead, it also has a huge impact on the next round of elections. Now, I personally think that these were elections where the sort of, we can say that the BJP was on the back foot. The West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Puducherry, and so these states, not the sort of states you really think that the BJP could dominate, but obviously they've done exceedingly well in West Bengal. They have beaten anti-incumbency in Assam, and now the next round of elections is right up their alley. It's Uttarakhand, it's Uttar Pradesh, where they have strong incumbent government. So, and especially in Uttar Pradesh, challenging Yogi Adityanath would be something for the opposition to look at. Also, the opposition, has been talking constantly about SIR, but their narrative on SIR has fallen flat. Rahul Gandhi has consistently raised this issue about vote chori, about election being complicit with these parties, but the other opposition parties have not come around. They've not supported him in the manner that they should. But now TMC, I'm sure that in one of their the press conferences after the verdict is out, they would bring up the issue of SIR. So going forward, Election Commission has already announced that there would be an SIR in the.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Mamata Banerjee apparently just put out a video on social media. It's in Bengali, and she's effectively saying that counting has stopped in many places. The TMC agents are discouraged. She's asking them to stay put and not to leave. So obviously, there's still, this is Mamata Banerjee, there's still some fight in her. She hasn't entirely given up, but we're just going to get you a translation and a transcribe of that bite. But she's effectively telling the TMC guys, don't be discouraged, don't leave from the counting stations, stay there. What are you making of this, Asim?
See, she's been that sort of a leader. She'll not give up till the last ball of the match is bowled. She's that sort of a political player. So, but that's there. But obviously, the numbers tell a different story. The writing is on the wall, and the way some of their big guns are trailing, it seems very unlikely that there'll be a turnaround. But there could be, the margin could be lesser. Right now, what the Election Commission website is showing there is in excess of 180, which is like a huge verdict. but that could be a little lesser. But I don't see things turning around for TMC from here. So I think that looking ahead for the opposition, it will be very difficult to build that kind of narrative now. The next round of elections will be somewhere in February, March next year. So it's less than a year to go. And the opposition narrative is not there. Even in fact, the Election Commission has announced that there would be an SIR in 22 states, and in some of the states that would be going to polls next year. So again, that's an issue that the opposition needs to take up jointly. But opposition has been found wanting. They've raised this issue in isolation. They've raised this issue, different leaders at different levels. But I personally think that the Congress has been more consistent in raising this issue, and the opposition needs to come together on one platform if they have to actually raise this issue. Otherwise, sporadically coming out and speaking against SIR will not help, as we are seeing in these elections. It doesn't help. It basically makes them look like a sore loser in front of So that is something that they need to think about. They need a joint strategy. They need a coherent strategy. And if they are serious about 2029 polls, now is the time they need to start. But as we've seen, the opposition has been found wanting and the count of unity. So let's see how things shape up. But it's a more difficult round of elections coming up next year. I personally believe that it'll be an uphill task for the opposition next year.
Well, the Prime Minister is going to be at the BJP headquarters this evening after the poll results are announced. He normally goes in at about 6:30. He will obviously speak from there. There'll be big celebration. And I mean, for whatever anyone says, it's good reason to celebrate, because the BJP has effectively taken control of the East. So between Odisha, West Bengal, Assam, and like Manash was telling us, large parts of the Northeast. So that's the East, the Northeast, the Hindi-speaking North and Central India, the West with Maharashtra and Gujarat, all now BJP. Only in the South, we have Telangana, Karnataka, and now Kerala, where the Congress has any footprint or presence at all. Time to bring this.
Just want to add that in the next round of elections would be Uttarakhand, UP, Punjab, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Manipur, and Goa. And in all these places, the BJP seems to be quite strong. Uttarakhand and UP, obviously, they have a government. Gujarat, obviously, the BJP is extremely strong. In Himachal, Congress is facing a lot of anti-incumbency, what I'm told. So it will be a tough election for the Congress. Coming back to power will not be easy. And then, you can say Manipur and Goa, two small states. Punjab again is something that is very much open. What we've seen, what has happened with the Aam Aadmi Party, and there are also a lot of divisions within the Congress, different factions within the Congress. So again, it will not be a cakewalk in Punjab for the opposition. So it's a tough round of elections next year. I think that this was probably the easier round of elections as far as the opposition is concerned, though it hasn't turned out that way.
All right. We're going to leave it here. I want to thank all of you for joining us and the team at PTI for giving us your support today. There'll be more analysis, more conversations through the course of the day and, of course, tomorrow, because this is a big election, a very interesting election. Just taking you through the Election Commission homepage, and we'll see the numbers there. Assam, BJP at 78 and the Congress at 24. So Assam very clearly going to the BJP. Kerala, the coalition led by the Congress is going to win Kerala. Puducherry, again, the NR Congress and the BJP, that coalition is taking Puducherry. Tamil Nadu, a big surprise by Vijay, who perhaps surprised most people. People thought he'd do well. There was only one poll, pre-election poll, that thought he would do this well. So Vijay will likely be the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We don't know what kind of chief minister he'll be and what kind of administrator he'll be, but we still have to wait and see. Interestingly, it's a fluid situation to see which of the smaller parties will give him the numbers to be able to cross that finish line. He could be about 10, maybe 12 seats short. And in West Bengal, it seems very, very clear to be a BJP's victory. The Trinamool Congress, according to the Election Commission website, is at 92, and the BJP is leading in 181 seats. That is a thumping, if these numbers are holding, that's a thumping victory for the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us here on our YouTube page. Thank you, Manash, Satish, Asim, for giving us your time as well. And we'll bring you more analysis as the day goes through. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.